Patrick. Hello. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Awesome. Thanks for coming. Would urge all those at the back to kindly occupy the seats in front so we can get the program started. So for those at the other end, kindly occupy the seats in front of you. Same for those on this side too. Please let's applaud them as they do that. Those in front, let's encourage them to join us in front. Can we do that? We are applauding you as you come forward, with a smile as well. Beautiful. The ushers will guide us to occupy the seats in front. Thank you. We urge all those at the lobby area to also kindly find their way into the auditorium right after registration so we can get the program started. Thank you very much. Sit back, relax. We'll get this started in a bit. Thank you, and welcome to Ghana.
Accra. Obake. The ACI World Congress is happening right here in the heart of Ghana, Accra, on the 21st and 22nd of May 2026 at Kempinski Hotel. Join us as we explore new horizons, foster global partnerships, and drive the future of the global financial markets. Save the date, save your seat. Final registrations are ongoing on the website www.kra2026.com. See you there.
Obake, where's the law?
Oh sister, I know be your bride.
2026, and Ghana is hosting the ACI World Congress this year. We are happy to welcome you to Africa and happy to welcome you to
As ACI Zambia, we are excited to be part of this monumental occasion to expose Africa to the globe.
ACI Zambia channel, Ghana Crusade.
It's time for Africa. Yeah, it's not a secret. Ghana is hosting. Yes. Ghana Kuchano, Zambia got. Zambia Kuchano, Ghana Kuchano, Africa Kuchano.
The ACI World Congress is happening right here in the heart of Ghana, Accra, on the 21st and 22nd of May 2026 at Kempinski Hotel. Join us as we explore new horizons, foster global partnerships, and drive the future of the global financial markets. Save the date, save your seat. Final registrations are ongoing on the website www.kra2026.com. See you there.
Obake, where's the law?
Oh sister, I know be your bride.
2026, and Ghana is hosting the ACI World Congress this year. We are happy to welcome you to Africa and happy to welcome you to
As ACI Zambia, we are excited to be part of this monumental occasion to expose Africa to the globe.
ACI Zambia channel, Ghana Crusade.
It's time for Africa. Yeah, it's not a secret. Ghana is hosting. Yes. Ghana Kuchano, Zambia got. Zambia Kuchano, Ghana Kuchano, Africa Kuchano.
The ACI World Congress is happening right here in the heart of Ghana, Accra, on the 21st and 22nd of May 2026 at Kempinski Hotel. Join us as we explore new horizons, foster global partnerships, and drive the future of the global financial markets. Save the date, save your seat. Final registrations are ongoing on the website www.kra2026.com. See you there.
Obake, where's the law?
May we please be upstanding for the entrance of the Central Bank Governor.
We shall take the national anthem now. Thank you very much. You may resume your seats. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Akwaba, and welcome to Ghana. We want to begin with a cultural display, and we'll get this program started. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Impenyinsen Cultural Troupe. Let's welcome them with a hand of applause. One, two.
Testing. No. We got to the front and they were not working. Really? What's happening? What? We shouldn't choose from the middle. No problem.
You are starting.
No. We got to.
Only one. After this, we'll have.
In the beginning, Creator said, "Let there be light." And there was water. And so when we receive our guests, we offer you water. For 3 reasons, maybe 4. We offer you water to wash your hands of all the sins you might have contacted. We offer you water to wash your feet of the traveler's dust. We offer you water to wash your brow of the traveler's heat. And then we offer you water to quench your thirst. Not your thirst of water itself, it's in abundance, but every traveler indeed is in search of knowledge. Once we seek knowledge, we come back to the center. And so we could welcome you in different tongues at once. We could say Obaken, we could say Miawezo, we could say Akwaba. But we bring you to this crossroads of dreams, where in the beginning all of life began, all of knowledge began, all of learning began. And we want to hold you together with Nyansapo. We want to hold you together with Shemudia. We want to hold you together with the Senator Chema, telling you that COVID taught us a very beautiful lesson. Divided we fall, united we stand. COVID says, united we fall, divided we stand. But please, your seat is meant for you wherever you are from. Ghana, Africa, rest of the world. This is the place it's come to life. We have gathered not to break our golden pot, but to put all of our choice meat into one, learning that the king keeps his choicest meat in a pot of gold. Ago, when people say amen. Ago, ago, ago. Come with me on a beautiful journey, my people. I am the writer king who sips communion wine from the calabash, and I learned when a child is called before his elders, he dare not name names or call titles, lest he misses one and be made to pay a fine. And so, to every man, to every woman, their rightful due. The governor is here. So, your excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please feel at home. Keep your eyes here. Pay attention to the rhythm and let your heart move along with it. We hold the gateway to the sun. And when the sun is done rising its wares, we will tell you the sun has fallen in our backyard. So when they say the best comes from the west, it reaches us first. And then it exits straight from Ghana. It is only an urgent matter that has the whole world take off their busy schedules and take seats. Because when a matter is urgent and it's not spoken about, it becomes a debt that we all have to pay. A debt that we might not be able to pay with pecunia. And so everyone owes a debt. Someone owes a debt of sleep. Someone has a deficit of age. Someone has a deficit of time in his career he needs to catch up with. But it's an urgent time that the world needs to come together, strategize, so that we can hand over a beautiful future to the generation yet to enter the thoughts of time. I am no statistician. I am no historian. I have also consumed quality. And so my people say somebody wants to carry water and carry oil and tell you which one is heaviest. I have carried water, I have carried oil, I have carried wine. Let me tell you which is heaviest, not which tastes better. We are here to serve you 4 cardinal points so that we can hold the world together. My people, when you get to the Volta region of Ghana, it has a beautiful dance we call Achiagbeko. When you come to the shores, Greater Accra region, we have Kwanlogo. When you go up within the regions of the Akans, they have Kiti. But today, we want to serve you a cocktail, a taste of each of it. Pick the nuggets that we can from all the wisdom our ancestors taught us, place it in real time of technology, so that we do not forget the back without which there is no front. That is the only way we make progress. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Kiti. fabric we wore is kente. And then we show you all our gold, my people, but I dare say, our commonwealth is not stashed in votes or it's not flaunted in the faces of the world. We believe that our greatest wealth is in the amazing minds like you and you and you who keep Africa and the rest of the world going round, keeping accountability of it. How many steps did she make with her feet? I can tell you exactly how many. Yet, I am not a statistician. Can we put value to all the ornaments that she wore? Africa, it is high time we begin to tighten our nets and make sure nothing escapes our grip. It is high time we begin to ensure that everything is accounted for. This room is filled with a lot of gold, enough to trample underfoot, but the world cannot take this for granted because we are about to listen to groundbreaking, not just speeches, tried and tested. I was just reminded, my people, I need to get back into the place where I am most comfortable, this place of culture. The culture of timeliness tells me that in the next 6 minutes, this should be over. But you see, these might just not be talk shops, my people. Let us make them workshops when we get back to the grassroots where these connect. This is the language that Africa understands. This is the place where the world could not decode our steps, and so they chose to call it dance. When we have put our choices meet in this pot of gold, who then becomes its keeper? Who then begins to administer what who gets and what who does not get? Can I take you on another interesting journey? All the way down to the Volta, says Achia. elevating markets, empowering people, such that even if we are not abreast of the latest technology, we hold wisdom that our ancestors taught us. He taught us accountability, inclusivity, and trust, seeing that it is the only thing that we can truly bank and know that we can harvest in the next 5, 10, 15, 25 years, long gone after us. When a child points his fingers at an elder, it could be a greeting, it could be a blessing, it could be something else I dare not mention, but we want to ensure that when the future points their fingers back at us, it would be like the Sankofa bird who wants to look back, look forward and say, our forebears gave us the very best foundation on which we can take our place at the tables of the world. 4 minutes more to go, my people. I cannot leave you without treating you to Pan Logo. It's only important that I wish we could take off our shoes, get into the sand, but after this is done, I have a brief message, and then we can start with all the numbers. Please, let's go. Please, can we join in the clap? Let's go. Right. That's right. Let's ride. Please free your hands. Let's go. Finally, before I leave, the road we have come is long, but indeed the road ahead is longer than the ones we have left behind. And so let us do sure and be properly orientated to say that as leaders we need to carry our people along. That will be the true measure of our responsibility today. Tomorrow will come. Most of us might not be here, but I will remain this storyteller who sits over there in the corners, the junctions of time and history. I will be here to remind you. Today, it's our turn to weed my farm. Tomorrow, it will be your turn. When there is bumper harvest, my people, then at least we will have peace of mind, worst case for a year. We would only be overfed scarecrows on regular patrol. For me to carry the jilly from the savannah and bring it to the sons of the sea, it simply says it is an urgent matter. That makes the governor leave his bed. But it is that same matter that makes someone turn the knob so that you can hear this voice. Has my message been well delivered? You are welcome home. Sit well. Enjoy the sights, the sounds, but make sure that you dip your hand in this spot of gold and leave some valuable memento from your mind, that we can look back like the Sankofa bird and say, this is what we hand over to the future. And so we gather at the center. Impenisem simply says, a child who speaks the words of the elders. I'm the writer king who sips communion wine. I came to pour libation, not with water. I came to salute you and you and you who dare to take out time to ensure that our generations yet to enter the thoughts of time will learn financial literacy and keeping the world a better place. Yadasi. Thank you. Your Excellency.
Ladies and gentlemen, Akwaba to Accra.
Obake to Accra.
Marching. Jumbo. Saubona. Mulibwanji.
Indinami. Bonjour. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Accra, Ghana.
Now, after nearly 2 decades of wandering, the world returns to Africa. From Egypt to South Africa, from Zambia to the beautiful coast of Mauritius, the streets of Africa are bustling with brisk business. Our financial markets are fast developing and embracing technology.
Welcome to Accra, Ghana, the gateway to Africa. We welcome you with much pleasure to the 64th ACI Financial Markets Association World Congress, happening right here at the Kempinski Gold Coast in Accra, Ghana. If you're excited to be here, please put your hands together for yourselves wherever you find yourselves.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Sibeso Mofia, and I hail all the way from Africa's second largest copper producer, home to the mighty Victoria Falls, the beautiful country that is Zambia. I have the rare pleasure and honor of serving as co-MC representing ACI Zambia alongside
from Peki in the Volta region of Ghana, the beautiful Volta region. From the heights of the Afajato, flowing down the Vili waterfalls, my name is Prince Dagadu, and it's a pleasure to bring this joy to you here in Accra, Ghana. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen,
please
and put your hands together
cheer.
If you're excited to
Thank
be here.
You. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the premier global gathering for financial markets professionals, elevating markets, and empowering people. Over the next 2 days, with the intellectual brain capacity sitting in this room, full of movers and shakers, we will delve deeper into strategic conversations, focusing on the future of financial markets, driving innovation, resilience, inclusion, and importantly, harnessing people at the intersection of it all. Prince, safe to say, we are in good company.
We indeed are in good company. Guess what? We want to make sure that your safety is assured. That's why we have as many as 8 exits available for you. In case of an emergency, please do not panic. Just keep calm and locate any of the exits and make your way to the assembly point. We also have the washrooms that are just down the hallway to my left and to your right. You can just find it down the hallway and be comfortable. We also want to make sure that this is a very productive program for everybody, so we would kindly urge you to keep your phones silent so we do not interrupt any of our sessions.
Yes, please.
To make sure that you get the full benefit of this program, the organizers have made sure they leverage technology to our benefit.
Absolutely.
Please turn your attention to the screen as I walk you through the ACI World Congress mobile app for your benefits. So while we wait for that to come up, if you look on any of these banners to your right and to your left, you would locate a QR code. This QR code guides you to the iOS mobile app that has been made specially for this program, or a web app that you could use as well. This app gives you information on all our speakers, our keynote speakers, moderators, and panelists who will be participating in this program. You also get the benefit of the full running order of this program. Every single session, every keynote, every panel, every breakout session, and all the fun we'll be having in the evening at the soirees as well. Another important part of this, which actually happens to be my favorite, is where we get to do the deals. So you probably came to this conference targeting a certain managing director, a certain head of finance of an organization, someone you need to sign that deal from you. You might not get the opportunity to immediately speak to him, but guess what? This app solves your problem. You can just go into the app and type out the person's name. This is just sliding into the DM the ACI way. You can send them a message, arrange for a meeting at lunch, and pitch your business. We are getting business done over here. We are getting business done in Accra. And all of that is to your benefit. Please put your hands together to ACI Ghana, who are the organizers of this event.
I like what you said. We are sliding into the DMs.
And
the
getting
ACI
business done right
Ghana
here.
way. So ladies and gentlemen, harnessing technology. If you do own an iPhone, please get yourself the app and slide into those DMs.
Super.
Thank you.
There's one other benefit I would want to mention. I know most of you have brought your business cards. Somebody might have left it on the flight or in the hotel. This app solves your problem as well. With a simple QR code inside that app, you can just have someone scan and they have your contact, they have your website, and all the business information you wish to share with them to the benefit of your business. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going to give you a few seconds. Lift your phone, scan that QR code. Please, can we go back to the QR code, please? Yes, scan that QR code. Make sure you have this app because you enjoy it a lot. It gives you access to all the rooms. It gives you access to dinner and lunch upstairs when it's time for that as well. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together to the media team that has made this possible. This app is developed by one of our own members, and we are proud to say that this is an ACI Ghana product. Please put your hands together once again.
Thank you. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I will need some energy for the next person I'm about to introduce. To officially declare this event open, please help me welcome to the stage, with a very loud round of applause, the exceptional visionary, the impeccable leader, the eloquent speaker, the president of our host country, ACI Ghana, and newly elected ACI Financial Markets Association Africa President, Mr. Lawrence Oshilaja Boampong. A round of applause.
Thank you very much, Sebeso, for that kind introduction. Distinguished Governor of the Bank of Ghana, President and leadership of ACI Financial Markets Association, Central Bank governors and regulators, representatives of ACI National Associations, President and Executive Committee of ACI Ghana, Chief Executives and leaders of financial institutions, distinguished sponsors and partners, esteemed delegates from across the world, Nananom, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Accra. What the moment this is. Today, as I stand before this distinguished gathering from across the world, I do so with immense pride, excitement, and gratitude as we officially open the ACI World Congress 2026. For the first time in nearly 2 decades, the ACI World Congress returns to Africa, and only the second time ever in sub-Saharan Africa, the world's financial markets community gathers on African soil. Now, this week, Accra is not just hosting a Congress. Accra becomes the meeting point of global ideas, partnerships, innovation, leadership, and opportunities. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to tell you that Accra is ready. Now, over the past several months, we have traveled extensively. We have engaged institutions globally. We have spoken to partners, regulators, central banks, financial institutions, and market leaders across different jurisdictions, and everything we went, one thing became increasingly clear. there is growing global interest in Africa. Interest in our markets, interest in our potential, interest in our future. And today, the future is gathered right in this room. Ladies and gentlemen, this Congress comes at a defining moment for our global financial markets. Around the world, economies are adapting to shifting realities. Technology is transforming markets at unprecedented speed. Conversations around liquidity, resilience, digital transformation, sustainability, regulation, and regional integration are becoming increasingly important. At the same time, Africa's financial market story continues to evolve rapidly, driven by innovation, reform, resilience, and ambition. Now, this Congress, therefore, provides more than just a platform for discussion. It provides an opportunity to connect, to collaborate, to challenge ideas, to build partnerships, and ultimately to shape the future together. And there could be no better place for these conversations to happen than in Ghana. Please put your hands together once again for our beautiful country of Ghana. As we all know, Ghana is a country known for its stability, hospitality, resilience, and growing influence within Africa's financial ecosystem. To our delegates joining us from across the world, I say thank you for making the journey to be here with us in Accra. We do not take your presence for granted. To our sponsors and partners, thank you for believing us in the vision and supporting us on this journey. To ACI FMA Global and ACI Africa, thank you for the confidence reposed in Ghana. And kudos and special appreciation to the Bank of Ghana and our national stakeholders. Thank you for your unwavering support and partnership in helping making this Congress a reality. Now, ladies and gentlemen, beyond the discussions and engagements over the next 2 days, I encourage you to experience Ghana, experience our culture, experience our warmth, experience our people, and experience the spirit of African hospitality that makes this continent of Africa truly and very unique. We hope that when you leave Accra, you leave not only with stronger networks and fresh perspectives, but also with a deeper appreciation of Africa's place in the future of global financial markets. As president of ACI Ghana and the newly elected president of ACI Africa, this moment means so much to us. What began as a bold aspiration has now become a reality. And seeing this room filled with leaders and delegates from across the world means that it's a reminder that when vision meets collaboration, remarkable things certainly happen. Ladies and gentlemen, the wait is over. The countdown is complete, and the world is now in Accra. Welcome to Ghana, welcome to Accra, and welcome to the 64th ACI World Congress 2026. Thank you for your kind attention.
That was absolutely brilliant. Thank you very much, President Lawrence. To officially settle us in with remarks and insights stemming decades of experience, wealth of wisdom, and exemplary leadership across several countries, please join me with a warm round of applause as we welcome to the stage ACI Financial Markets Association Chairman, Mr. Roy Daniels.
Thank you, Sibiso. Akwaba, I believe, is how I should start, as I was informed last night by Lawrence. So thank you very much. To all our central bankers that are in attendance, our governors, our distinguished guests, certainly the ACI colleagues and certainly the ACI Management Board, it's an absolute pleasure for me to stand here and be part of the 64th Global World Congress of ACI. As a son of Africa, it's with extreme pride that we invite you all to Ghana and into Accra. Lawrence touched on that it's the second World Congress being hosted in Africa, and the amount of time that it has sort of taken for the second event, we just hope and pray that we don't wait this long for a third one, and I think there'll be a few candidates from our region that will put their hands up for the next World Congress. Let me extend the warmest congratulations to ACI Ghana. I think, Lawrence, you, your team, and your organizing committee have pulled off something absolutely amazing in 11 months. Such a short space of time. Well done. Your vision, your efforts, and your hard work have brought us together as a united continent to this World Congress. I think it's absolutely fantastic, the rallying and the support that you've had from the other countries of ACI in this region to support this World Congress. So congratulations to all those countries as well. I can tell you that in my many years of involvement with ACI, I've never seen such a display of banners and billboards on the drive from the airport to the hotel. It was absolutely amazing to see how much work you put into this Congress. So again, very, very well done. ACI, founded in 1955, has also stood for Wholesale Financial Markets Professionals. The foundations, our principles, ethics are rooted in our very being as ACI. We're now presented in 61 countries, representing and reaching 15,000 market professionals around the world. And this work continues via our very many working groups and, of course, the well-respected management board that we have. Our core mission remains unchanged: build knowledge, elevate standards, foster the highest levels of professionalism. Our motto of ACI remains unchanged: my word is my bond, something I think that we covered extensively in our management board meetings over the past few days. ACI itself remains strictly politically neutral, but it would be unwise for us not to recognize the events that are happening in the globe at the moment and the geopolitical instability that takes place. I share a special thought and a special prayer for our many ACI colleagues around the world that are impacted through these tragic events that are taking place. So a special thought for them, and we wish them all the very best, to them, their families, and their friends. During these challenging times, ACI continues to grow and expand. At this stage, myself and the management board are busy working with 8 countries to establish themselves as affiliated associations of ACI, and I can proudly tell you that of that 8, 7 come out of the Africa region. This shows exactly how this continent of ours is developing, growing. It displays the hunger that this continent has for knowledge, for education, and to gain experience into the markets, to carry these experiences into the rest of the world. Africa has its own voice, and it's reaching the stage and the time now where we will be heard in the global environment. Our markets at this stage go through these volatile times, and I can honestly say that in my times of managing trading teams, that the same trader that complained to you today that he couldn't make any revenue because the markets were stagnant was the same trader that in a month's time would say to you, you can't make any money because the markets are too volatile. Volatility is what we need in our markets. Volatility, I've always believed, gives us opportunity in these markets. We go through the highs and lows of the markets, we go through the emotions of the markets, but we come out the next day and we stand up again and we carry on with what we are employed to do. This week, colleagues, the platform is being set for you to go and join, to meet people, make new friends, meet new professionals within your field. Spend the time, take the energy, and go and share your time with the exhibitors and, of course, with our valuable sponsors of these events. We've got to thank all those exhibitors and all those sponsors that make these events possible. We spent last night at our Kwaba evening, and it was quite enlightening to see so many people walking around, greeting each other again, haven't seen each other for 11 months, hugging each other, and reconnecting physically, because we spend these days where everything is digital, everything's via some sort of app, but now we get the chance to actually spend time and greet people face to face. So thank you again for being here and attending this World Congress, and I wish you good times, fun times, and finally to ACI Ghana, I wish you continued success with the World Congress. Thank you for your efforts. Thank you for hosting us.
Thank you very much, Roy. Let's hear it for him once again. Let's hear it once again for Roy. Put your hands together. Thank you, Roy. He finds a way of doing the job of an MC as well by acknowledging some of our sponsors. I'm grateful for that. Maybe you join us as a co-MC during some of the sessions as we go along. So having set the tone, we want to use this opportunity to acknowledge some of our sponsors, our gold sponsors. We have Fidelity Bank. Please, let's hear it for Fidelity Bank. GCB Bank PLC, thank you very much for your sponsorship. Plurido, thank you so much, Plurido. Another of our gold sponsors, Mashrek, thank you very much, Mashrek, for your support. And our final gold sponsor for this event is Stanbic Bank Ghana Limited. Please let's hear it for Stanbic Bank. Thank you so much. We have so many other sponsors and we'll acknowledge them as the program goes on. For a program as important as this, one that brings the whole world together, it's so important that you have solid support. We have been blessed to have that great partnership from the title host of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's hear it for the Bank of Ghana, Ghana's central bank. So amazing the support they've given us to make sure that we can have this as a very successful event. Having mentioned them, definitely one person comes to mind, the one who has led our monetary policy and one who has been very supportive of our financial markets. To deliver the keynote address for this great Congress, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me joy to welcome yours, the Governor of the Bank of Ghana. Please put your hands together for Dr. Johnson Pandit Isiama. Let's rise as we receive him.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Good to see you too, sir. Yes, sir. I know, sir. Thank you.
Please have a seat. Good morning, everyone. You know, I like my good morning to be very warm, so I prefer a strong response from you. Good morning. It tells me the day will go well. So let me first thank the cultural troupe for that very, very, very interesting display. I hope you enjoyed my Agbaza moves. I come from the Volta region, true. I come from the southern part of the Volta region. And there, the one we do, is called Bobobo. So maybe next time they should try some Bobobo and you'll see my skills. But on a more serious note, President and executives of the ACI Financial Markets Association, governors and deputy governors of central banks, we have a number of distinguished visitors here. I'm told that the participation from outside is very strong. We have a good number of people visiting us. Leaders of financial institutions are here with us, captains of industry, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. So financial markets are being reshaped in real time indeed. They are becoming more digital, they are becoming more connected, and more shaped by emerging economies than they have ever been. And that is the moment in which this Congress is meeting. And it is the reason that Ghana, my country, is honored to host all of you. And again, on behalf of His Excellency the President, you are all welcome to our beautiful city of Accra. And on behalf of the Bank of Ghana and the people of Ghana, I welcome you all to Accra and to our colleagues at the ACI Financial Markets Association. Indeed, 64 years of stewardship of professional standards and market integrity. We thank you. We thank you for the trust placed in Ghana to host this gathering this week. Your presence here is itself a signal that the conversation about the future of global financial markets, it now requires Accra to also be at the table, and we are grateful. So let me begin with a proposition that frames everything else that I will say here this morning. And that proposition is that macroeconomic stability, it is not only good for financial market development, but indeed it is the infrastructure on which financial market development becomes possible. Without it, capital markets stay shallow. Credit stays expensive. And innovation stays trapped on the margins of the formal system. With it, every other ambition we have for our financial system becomes available to us. So 3 years ago, Ghana did not have that infrastructure. Headline inflation at the time went as high as 54.1% in December 2022. Our international reserves were thin. Debt was being restructured at the time. Market confidence was being rebuilt from a low base. The decisions that were taken at the Bank of Ghana and at the Ministry of Finance over the period that followed were not comfortable decisions, but they were the correct ones. The result so far, by April this year, inflation had fallen to 3.4%. Our international reserves are well towards $14 billion US, more than 5 months of imports cover and approaching the 6 months of imports cover. 1,400 basis points have been shaved off the policy rate since early 2025. Fiscal consolidation is holding. You have a banking system that has been recapitalized, and once again, lending to the private sector is recovering. So, colleagues, I share these numbers not in a spirit of celebration. I do realize I have to be careful because global conditions remain uncertain, and the risks in the outlook are always out there. Geopolitical tensions are real for us policymakers, and they are live. And we are watching their transmission into our economy carefully. But I share these to you because they make a point that goes beyond Ghana. Stability is not the achievement at which a financial system arrives. It is the foundation from which everything else becomes possible to build. That is the lesson of the last 3 years here in Ghana. It is also, I would argue, the precondition for the kind of financial market architecture that the rest of this Congress will be discussing. Distinguished delegates, what makes this moment different is not what any single country has done or is doing. It is what is happening across emerging economies simultaneously and at the same time. The conventional story of financial markets in emerging economies has been one of catch-up, adapting frameworks designed elsewhere, importing infrastructure built for other systems, accepting standards set in other rooms. That story is ending. And it is ending because the tools that are now reshaping global finance are no longer being built only in New York, in London, or in Frankfurt. You have instant payments. You have digital sovereign currencies. You have virtual asset frameworks. You have AI-driven market intelligence. You have regional integration architectures. These are being built, and in some cases, built first in places just like Accra, in places just as Nairobi, in places just as Sao Paulo, and in places just as Mumbai. And this is the shift that this Congress is meeting to recognize here in Accra. And what we are seeing in Ghana reflects that broader shift along 3 architectural lines. Permit me to just outline them briefly. First is that payments are no longer the back office of finance. Payments are no longer the back office of finance. Payments are now the front door to finance. Colleagues, for decades, payments were treated as the last mile of finance. The plumbing that moved money once decisions had been made elsewhere. But that logic is being inverted. That logic is being inverted across the emerging world. Payment rails are becoming the entry point into formal finance for billions of users. The data layer on which credit decisions are increasingly made, and the operational platform on which monetary policy itself is transmitted. Colleagues, what we are seeing in Ghana is one expression of these. You have an interoperable ecosystem that is built with GIFs and our partners, with instant transfers, mobile money integration at scale, QR code interoperability, and a settlement infrastructure that has become a regional reference point. The ECD, Ghana Central Bank Digital Currency, has completed its pilot phase, and we are now actively designing its use for cross-border settlement and wholesale payments. The strategic question is therefore no longer whether to build digital sovereign infrastructure. The strategic question now, here and elsewhere, is what economic activity we choose to enable once we have it. The second one, in digital finance, regulation is not a constraint on scale. It is the condition for scale. Colleagues, the post-2008 instinct was to treat regulation as a brake on innovation. The lesson of the last decade in digital finance is that the opposite is true. The opposite is true indeed. Markets that lack credible regulatory architecture, those markets do not innovate faster. They fragment, they fail, and they erode the trust on which the next wave of innovation depends. Ghana's Virtual Asset Service Providers Act was passed in 2025, and we are now operationalizing it through the detailed regulatory framework that gives the Act its market-facing form. The same principle runs through our fintech sandbox, through our supervisory technology investments, through the cybersecurity frameworks that we are strengthening, and through our work with the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Ghana Stock Exchange to align oversight where capital markets, banking, and digital finance increasingly converge. Colleagues, innovation without regulatory architecture is fragile. Innovation that is embedded within credible regulatory architecture compounds. And that is the proposition emerging economies are testing now. Then the third is that markets that are not connected will not compete. Markets that are not connected will not compete. Capital does not respect borders, but regulation often does. Capital does not respect borders, but regulation does. The countries that recognize this are building integration into the design of their financial systems rather than retrofitting it after the fact. We are working with our partners across the region on licensed passporting initiatives for fintechs, on harmonized payment rails, and on the broader vision of a connected African financial market. A fintech licensed in one African jurisdiction should be able to serve a customer in another without rebuilding its compliance stack from scratch. A payment that is initiated in Accra should clear in Abidjan or in Lagos just as easily as it clears in Kumasi here in Ghana. This is not regional aspiration. It is the design logic of competitive emerging markets in the decade that is ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme that this Congress has set, Ghana at the center of a new financial markets era, is a generous framing. And I want to be precise about what I think it means. It does not mean Ghana claims to have solved problems that the global financial system has not solved. It does not mean we believe our experience is universal. And it does not mean we are blind to the risks that lie ahead, to commodity volatility, to geopolitical disruption, to the fragility of confidence in any market system. What it means is this: a growing number of emerging economies, Ghana among them, are no longer countries to which financial market policy just happens. We are countries in which financial market policy is being designed for our own conditions in dialogue with others facing similar conditions, and increasingly as the source of frameworks that other jurisdictions are watching, adapting, and in some cases adopting. That is a different posture from the one that defined the last era. It carries different obligations. It requires us to engage more, not less, with forums such as this one to test our thinking against the experience of others, to learn from where we are wrong, and to contribute where we have something useful to offer. And that is the obligation that Ghana accepts. In closing, colleagues, financial markets are not being redesigned in theory. They are being redesigned in real time. And they are being redesigned across jurisdictions, across technologies, and increasingly from inside the economies that until recently were assumed to be on the receiving end of that design. Ghana has chosen to be part of that redesign, not as a participant, but as a contributor. The question for everyone in this room this morning is the same question. Are we building financial systems that will keep up with the change ahead? Are we building financial systems that will keep up with the change ahead? Or are we building systems that will shape it? That is the conversation that this Congress is convened to have. And it is the conversation that Ghana is ready to be at the center of. Colleagues, I welcome you to Accra. I wish you fruitful deliberations. Please enjoy yourselves. Thank you very much.
Damuleno, nijan kumbante. Damuleno, nijan kunyerete. Damuleno, nijan kumbante. Nijan kumbante. Jawa yella, yella. Come let go to this place no one knows.
1, 2. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Please let's put our hands together once again for the Governor of the Bank of Ghana. Thank you so much, sir. So we'll take a short musical break. While we are doing that, all the panelists for panel 1, panel discussing the building global markets to respond to change, kindly move backstage to be mic'd up. Thank you. All right, so in the spirit of acknowledging our sponsors, I'd want to acknowledge our silver sponsors as well. We have, as one of our partners for the program, the LSEG. LSEG, please let's hear it for LSEG. They are technology providers for the financial market. We also have with us Bloomberg. Bloomberg is here, and they are at the exhibition area. For our bronze sponsors, we have with us SG, Societe Generale Bank. Please let's hear it for SG. We have SGX as well, Continental Capital Markets, CWG Syria, 360T, GTCO, and Loros Africa. Let's hear it for our silver and bronze sponsors. I mentioned this has been a work of many partners, and we have quite a number of them. Our partners include the Ghana International Bank, GHIB. We have Frontclear, UAE Financial Markets Association, ABSA, NIB, ACI UK, Integral, Credstone, the Ghana Stock Exchange, the Ghana Tourism Development Company, Templars, FinCap, CBG, 6 Degrees, who are running the operations of this event, the NBC, the National Banking College, Sapon Capital, Savvy Securities, and Prudential Bank. Let's hear it for our partners as well. So I see all of you well suited up for today, and that's so beautiful to see. It's going to get even more colorful tomorrow, because tomorrow we have the dress code being our traditional wear. That is why we've made it a point to provide the African market, which is just outside the exit around the area where you registered. So for those who didn't get a traditional outfit while flying into Ghana, don't worry. We have some aunties and uncles out there who've got you covered. Go out there, get your fugu, get your kente, get your nice African prints, and we'll see you tomorrow here looking so colorful. Please put your hands together if you're excited about that and you are looking forward to that as well. Also, by way of information, on the lobby, the main lobby floor, we have the main exhibition area where some of our sponsors and partners have exhibited. Right after the first panel, we'll be going out for a coffee break, which will be held over there. Please do all to pass by, see what they have, strike some partnerships, let's get some business done. And that is something we are looking forward to. We'll take a musical break and we'll join you for the press panel. Thank you so much.
Damuleno, nijang kumbante. Damuleno, nijang kunyerete. Damuleno, nijang kumbante. Jawa yella, yella. Come, let go to this place no one knows. Just you and me. Come, let go to this place no one knows. Just you and me. Yeah. Iwakatika, Nula,
The ACI World Congress is happening right here in the heart of Ghana, Accra, on the 21st and 22nd of May 2026 at Kempinski Hotel. Join us as we explore new horizons, foster global partnerships, and drive the future of the global financial markets. Save the date, save your seat. Final registrations are ongoing on the website www.cra2026.com. See you there.
Obake, where's the law?
Aquaba, oh sister, I know be your bride.
2026, and Ghana is hosting the ACI World Congress this year. We are happy to welcome you to Africa and happy to welcome you to us. ACI Zambia, we are excited to be part of this monumental occasion to expose Africa to the globe.
ACI Zambia channel, Ghana to see.
It's time for Africa. Yeah, it's not a secret. Ghana is hosting. Yes. Ghana Kuchano, Zambia got you. Zambia Kuchano, Ghana Kuchano, Africa Kuchano.
The ACI World Congress is happening right here in the heart of Ghana, Accra, on the 21st and 22nd of May 2026 at Kempinski Hotel. Join us as we explore new horizons, foster global partnerships, and drive the future of the global financial markets. Save the date, save your seat. Final registrations are ongoing on the website www.cra2026.com. See you there.
Obake. one, slide. Step two, glide. Everybody catch the vibe. Africa worldwide. Step one, slide. Step two, glide. Accra city full of light. ACI worldwide. Welcome to the Ghana vibe. Everybody feel alright. From New York down to Dubai. Now we dancing side by side. People coming from around. Different voices, different sounds. One big family worldwide. Accra shining with pride. This no be regular conference. Global leaders in the dance. First time Ghana host the world. Let the energy explode. One rhythm, one people, one Africa, one vibe, one rhythm, one people, one Africa, one vibe. Accra to the world right now. Future bright, we feel alright. Dance left, dance right. ACI unite. Hey, people coming side by side. Africa, we full of life. Hands up to the sky. ACI alive. Come on. Finance people everywhere. Big ideas filling the air. Markets moving everywhere. Now we dancing without care. South Africa did it first. Now it's Ghana turn to burst. From the beaches to the streets. Feel the rhythm, feel the heat. Everybody move your feet. Feel the Ghana energy. When the love drums start to play, nobody go stand one place. Hey! Left foot, right foot, turn around now. Hey! One love, one vibe. Financial Market Association worldwide.
Mr. In the Pit, sing. Mr. Sing, please, you are needed backstage. Mr. In the Pit, sing. Please, you are needed backstage. A panelist for panel 1. In the Pit, sing. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are using this opportunity to take the coffee break. There's coffee to the left. There's coffee on the base floor as well, the main lobby floor. Pass by our exhibition centers, experience the area, interact with them, and then we'll come back to continue with the program. While we are at that, Mr. In the Pit Singh, please, we need you to join us for the first panel.
ACI 2026 Financial Market Association. Africa, we there.
Yes, COO. Yes, please, yes. Nice to meet you, sir. Yes. So enjoy your breakfast.
Dance left, dance right. Hey, people coming side by side. Africa, we full of life. Hands up to the sky. Step one, slide. Step two, glide. Everybody catch the vibe. Africa worldwide. Step one, slide. Step two, glide. Accra city full of light. ACI worldwide. Welcome to the Ghana vibe. Everybody feel alright. From New York down to Dubai. Now we dancing side by side. People coming from around. Different voices, different sounds. One big family worldwide. Accra shining with pride. This no be regular conference. Global leaders in the dance. First time Ghana host the world. Let the energy explode. One rhythm, one people, one Africa, one vibe, one rhythm, one people, one Africa, one vibe. Accra to the world right now. Future bright, we feel alright. Dance left, dance right. ACI unite. Hey, Big ideas filling the air. Markets moving everywhere. Now we dancing without care. South Africa did it first. Now it's Ghana turn to burst. From the beaches to the streets. Feel the rhythm, feel the heat. Everybody move your feet. Feel the Ghana energy. When the love drums start to play, nobody go stand one place. Hey! Left foot, right foot. Turn around now. Hey! One love, one vibe. Financial Market Association worldwide. Right now. Financial Market Association. Africa, we there. Oh, no. Accra to the world right now. Future bright, we feel alright. Dance left, dance right. People coming side by side. Africa, we full of life. Hands up to the sky. Step one, slide. Step two, glide. Everybody catch the vibe. Africa worldwide. Step one, slide. Step two, glide. Accra city full of light. ACI worldwide. Welcome to the Ghana vibe. Everybody feel alright. From New York down to Dubai. Now we dancing side by side. People coming from around. Different voices, different sounds. One big family worldwide. Accra shining with pride. This no be regular conference. Global leaders in the dance. First time Ghana host the world. Let the energy explode. One rhythm, one people, one Africa, one vibe, one rhythm, one people, one Africa, one vibe. Accra to the world right now. Future bright, we feel alright. Dance left, dance right. People coming side by side. Africa, we full of life. Hands up to the sky. Finance people everywhere. Big ideas filling the air. Markets moving everywhere. Now we dancing without care. South Africa did it first. Now it's Ghana turn to burst. From the beaches to the streets. Feel the rhythm, feel the heat. Everybody move your feet. Feel the Ghana energy. When the love drums start to play, nobody go stand one place. Hey! Left foot, right foot. Turn around now. Hey! One love, one vibe. Financial Market Association worldwide. the Ghana vibe. Everybody feel alright. From New York down to Dubai. Now we dancing side by side. People coming from around. Different voices, different sounds. One big family worldwide. Accra shining with pride. This no be regular conference. Global leaders in the dance. First time Ghana host the world. Let the energy explode. One rhythm, one people, one Africa, one vibe, one rhythm, one people, one Africa, one vibe. I come to the world right now. Future bright, we feel alright. Dance left, dance right. ACI unite. Hey, people coming side by side. Africa, we full of life. Hands up to the sky. ACI unite. I'm up. Finance people everywhere. Big ideas filling the air. Markets moving everywhere. Now we dancing without care. South Africa did it first. Now it's Ghana turn to burst. From the beaches to the streets. Feel the rhythm, feel the heat. Everybody move your feet. Feel the Ghana energy. When the love drums start to play, nobody go stand one place. Hey! Left foot, right foot, turn around now. Hey! One love, one vibe. Financial Market Association worldwide. Do all right now.
Hello? Financial Market Association. Africa, we there. Ghana to the world. Oh, no, 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 no. Accra to the world right now. Future bright, we feel alright. Dance left, dance right. Hey, people coming side by side. Africa, we full of life. Hands up to the sky. Step one, slide. Step two, glide. Everybody catch the vibe. Africa worldwide. Step Hello?
one, slide. Step two, glide.
Please, we can return to the auditorium now. Let's kindly return to the auditorium so we can resume the panel discussions. For all those at the African markets in the lobby and as the exhibition area, we kindly urge you to come back to the auditorium so we can resume the program. Ushers kindly assist by guiding them into the auditorium so we can resume the program. Ushers, kindly assist. Thank you.
Welcome to the Ghana vibe. Everybody feel alright. From New York down to Dubai. Now we dancing side by side. People coming from around. Different voices, different sounds. One big family worldwide. Accra shining with pride. This no be regular conference. Global leaders in the dance. First time gonna host the world. Let the energy explode. One rhythm, one people, one Africa, one vibe. One rhythm, one people, one Africa, one vibe. Come to the world right now. Future bright, we feel alright. Dance left, dance right. ACI unite. Hey, people coming side by side. Africa, we full of life. Hands up to the sky. ACI alive. I'm up. Finance people everywhere. Big ideas filling the air. Markets moving everywhere. Now we dancing without care. South Africa did it first. Now it's Ghana turn to burst. From the beaches to the streets. Feel the rhythm, feel the heat. Everybody move your feet. Feel the Ghana energy. When the love drums start to play, nobody goes down one place. Hey! Left foot, right foot. Turn around now. Hey! One love, one vibe. Financial Market Association worldwide.
Yeah. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's still the second episode or edition of the ACI Financial Markets Association World Congress. We are resuming with the panel discussions. While we wait to do that, we still want to acknowledge our gold sponsors, Fidelity Bank, Plurido, Mashrek, Stanbic Bank Ghana Limited, and GCB Bank PLC. Our first panel, ladies and gentlemen, will be discussing building global markets to respond to change. This discussion will explore how financial market institutions and regulation frameworks can evolve to respond dynamically to changing monetary conditions. We'll also examine coordinated policy design, digital market infrastructure, and cross-border settlement systems that can reduce vulnerability to liquidity shocks and build a more adaptive, globally integrated financial architect. We have a great panel to do this. Our moderator for the panel is Mr. Courage Boti, Manager Macroeconomic Research, Investor Relations, and ESG for GCB Bank PLC. Please put your hands together for Mr. Courage Boti. Welcome, Courage. Good to see you again. Awesome. We also have on the panel the Director of Financial Markets at the Bank of Ghana, Mr. Gershon Adblejowu. Please put your hands together for Mr. Adblejowu as he comes by.
Can you fix this for me? These guys. Put it there.
Also on this panel, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Director Global Markets with Absa Bank Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it from Mr. Jacob Brobe.
Thank you very much.
Finally, we also have on this panel the Divisional Head Treasury and Assets and Liability Management for Sterling Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Anwule Femi Pierce. Put your hands together. Welcome to Ghana, Anwule.
Thank you very
much.
much.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, over to you. Enjoy your session over the next 40 minutes. Thank you.
Accra, Ghana. It's a privilege to have the opportunity to lead this very first panel where we are discussing building global markets to respond to change. Someone said, perhaps the only thing constant in this life is change, right? Because it happens all the time. And I was reading this morning a story about the financial sector and its evolution. Just read a line to you. The story of monetary systems and its role in the economy is one that is continuously evolving. We've seen throughout history that technology progress in the monetary system has gone hand in hand with major leaps in economic activity. The innovation of money recorded as book entries managed by trusted intermediaries has given way or given rise to financial instruments that help trade and commerce flourish. So the paper ledgers have given way to digital ones, beginning or bringing profound changes to the economy and society. Now, the point we're trying to make today, ladies and gentlemen, is that the global markets are being continuously tested by new kinds of changes. We've seen liquidity shift, we've seen policy path diverging, we've seen capital becoming more selective, we've seen technology is accelerating. Add all of that to the geopolitical tensions we've seen around lately, the changes in regulation, climate transition, digital assets, AI, and all of these together are in some shape or form reshaping how markets function, how risk move, and how trust must be built. In this environment, we believe resilience is no longer enough. Yes, it's good to be resilient. It's actually the basis, and the governor actually mentioned that macroeconomic stability is the foundation of capital markets and how it operates. So resilience is very important, but is it enough? Markets, we believe, must be responsive. They must adjust quickly. They must absorb shocks without disorderly dislocation, preserve confidence, and remain connected to the global capital market, and of course, counterparties. So our task this morning is to examine what makes all of this possible, this responsiveness possible. Is it architecture? Is it the trading and clearing systems? And all of the related architectures that are needed to make the market function. And I have here the very knowledgeable ones. My mic is still not coming. Okay, let me continue from here. I have here the big men, the very knowledgeable ones, to help us with all of the discussion for today. So I shift now to my panel, whom I believe has been introduced to you already. We've seen a lot of these changes happen. We've seen AI evolution in full flow. We've seen geopolitics. We've seen the technological innovation and how it's reshaped our market. In your view, and this will be to all of us, I mean, starting from, I believe, Mr. Gershon Aglojowu, in your view, what has been your most important or significant change, a structural change that has happened, say, over the last decade, that we must be very concerned about, and that has changed or transformed the market significantly, that we must be concerned about? Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Courage, for the opportunity. And want to use the opportunity to also congratulate ACI for bringing this event to Ghana. It's a testament for the good works that is happening. It is not for nothing. And I think it's a reflection of what is going on in the market. For me, the market is changing very dynamically with so many developments. The most challenging for me structurally has to do with the speed and the interconnectedness of markets and the speed at which risk is transmitted because of the new boundaries of financial markets. There's an issue of AI, technology, cross-border transactions, which are all happening. Trades are actually happening within milliseconds. It's no longer like a day or two or T+2 and all that. So for me, this is a very critical issue which we have to deal with. And speaking from a regulatory point of view, this has left many of the regulators behind. The issue of regulatory gaps. So markets are moving far, far faster than what regulation is supposed to do. So for me, that is it. There are issues about geopolitics, there are issues about market volatility, and all those issues. But the one that is key for me, and the one that transmits risk across borders quickly, is this particular one of...
Sure. So speed of change, AI, technology, and how regulations seem to be lagging behind, which for us as market players may deny as opportunities. Because if the regulator says you can't do it or hasn't yet developed a framework, then your ability to play in that space is limited. I think that is what our regulator says is the biggest headache to their side. I go to you, Jacob, now. And so from your side of the equation, what, as a market player and in a significant bank in Ghana at that, which of the changes in the last decade or so has been most impactful to you? And while at that, think of how these global shifts are showing up in the client behavior on the market.
Right, thank you very much. So for me, from where I sit, I think one of the most important shifts is the fragmentation of the global liquidity, which is then underpinned or coupled by the speed at which risk is repriced nowadays. Now, what am I saying is now, whether you like it or not, global liquidity is no longer as it used to be, and then it's not evenly distributed as you would expect. So that leaves a situation where some markets, like frontier market like ours, you do have access to market being intermittent, right? Then also it leaves a situation where it creates a situation, I think the governor did mention that capital has no borders. It's left a situation where capital quickly, capital now has become very selective as to which market they want to go, and then they can enter the market or leave the market quickly, right? So that creates a lot of issues. And laying on top of that, then you have the higher for longer global market interest rates. There have been instances where, policymakers, governments have been calling their central banks to lower rates and all that. But globally, you see the interest rate still remains high. Now, why are these important in our environment that we need to watch closely, and in effect also influencing how our customers should react? Now, this has created a situation, as I said, where global shocks actually transmit faster and indeed sometimes stronger. So if you are a policymaker and you're a manager of an economy, if you are not careful, any global shock can actually derail all the successes that you have chalked within a period of time. And I think as a country, we started seeing some, because we've seen a very solid movement in our macros. Now the conversation is shifting to what is the inflation pressures that we are seeing, which is coming from global shocks, right? Then on top of that also, you see that local pricing really does not just reflect the local market dynamics, but it looks at the global risk, parameters, and that's what influences the local pricing that you see. So that's why sometimes for me it's not unusual for you to hear people saying that the macros do not support the kind of pricing that we are seeing on the market, because there's that development that is happening. And for me, these are the things that as a country and as businesses, our customers and dealers, we have to look out for. And that creates certain behaviors, right? If you look at the economy, there's that structural persistence demand for FX, right? Yeah. And with that, you also try to juxtapose that with availability, where is it coming from, and all that. So these variables make customers become more defensive in terms, then they try to prioritize access to liquidity over price. Okay. Because all that they want to do is that they get access to the liquidity that they are looking for. And also they try to also, in the absence of more liquid structuring instruments available, then they try to front load their demand, right? So that creates more pressure on the market at any point in time, because demand that they need for FX that they need for the next 3 months, they want to buy today, because they don't really know what will happen. So for me, these are the shifts that is really impacting us. We need to watch.
Awesome. And those uncertainties are leading to certain forms of speculation on the market that impact all of us. Let me tilt now to the most powerful lady on the panel, Anwuli. Did I get her name right?
Yeah.
Yeah, from Nigeria. And then she does asset and liability management for a living. So same question as your introductory comment, but focus maybe now on, from the Nigerian market, what structural changes had the biggest impact on what you do, managing your ALM book and all of that, and the ones that give the biggest headache to the Nigerian market.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I just want to crack a little joke.
Say that again.
I want to crack a little joke saying that the Nigerian jollof is still better than the Ghanaian jollof.
Well, the verdict is out there.
Well, thank you very much. I'll look at liquidity from the Nigerian perspective. And I'll start with that the Nigerian market has evolved very, very, very much since the post-COVID crisis. And so like most economies, post-COVID, we dealt with inflationary pressures, and we dealt with foreign exchange pressures. And the Nigerian market evolved, to using the interest rates as a tool to manage foreign exchange. And in the transition period, we also had a change of presidents, and we had a change of central bank governor. And in the last 3 years, we've had a revised and refreshed economic agenda and reform, which has taken the markets to quite stable form. So before now, currently in Nigeria, we have reserves close to $50 billion, and that has grown in the last 3 years. It was barely 30 billion, not transparently 30 billion before the reform started, and currently we're about 50 billion and we're growing. We've also evolved the foreign exchange markets. We've adopted something we call the B-match systems, which has actually brought a lot of fluidity and liquidity into the markets and stabilization in terms of rates. So we've seen the currency quite stable in the last 12 months. We also had our issues, and we got to then a high of, I think, 1,800 or 1,900 to the dollar. Currently, we are about 1,370, and we've been stable at those levels, plus or minus 2% in the last 1 year. We've also had, because of the reforms that have gone through the Nigerian economy, we've also had quite a lot of capital flows into that sector and into different sectors of the economy, both the real sector and the banking sector. And that has actually strengthened the banking sector and the economy as a whole. We've also had reforms of capital, capital adequacy ratio for banks. We've actually increased capital. The central bank has actually has implored that banks increase their capital, and the process has gone on and it's been concluded. And so we've had quite a lot of liquidity flows in different forms in the market. And for the first time in Nigeria, we have our cash reserve ratio at 50%, and we don't have the banks knocking on the central bank door for any reforms or any right back of liquidity or any form of liquidity. So this is about the most liquid period I've seen the Nigerian market since I've started banking, and I think the reforms are going on well. There's still a lot of reforms that are going on, but I think the reforms are going on well as we speak. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So from the responses, I am gathering that, yes, these changes are with us, and contrary to probably the other view, they are not episodic in nature. They are actually quite structural. And the question for us is whether we can keep surviving as a market, or we would have to now adapt to respond in real time to derive the benefits. And then if we have to respond in real time, the question is, what enables us to do so? And I guess that will be the next focus of my next set of questions. And I will continue with you, Anwuli. We say markets should be resilient and must be resilient, and rightly so. But resilience will suggest ability just to withstand stress, right? Responsiveness would, in my view, go further and speak about ability to adjust under stress. So when we say markets are truly responsive or should be responsive, in your view, what does that mean in reality for all of us?
So we've talked about fluidity, and we've talked about the traditional markets in previous years, and we're now looking at a hybrid balance sheet approach. In that way, I mean that, for example, the traditional banking was that the less privileged or the people that have excess funds bring the money into the bank, and the bank has some reserves and lends to those that need money, and then the sector grows. But that we're not seeing that anymore. We've seen digitalization and technology overtake that. We've seen a lot of fintechs pull out a lot of traditional liquidity from the banks into their spaces, and banks traditionally aren't as fluid as we used to be in the past. So I would say that one of the approaches that balance sheet managers or treasurers should take to make sure that the banks are liquid at all times is to see how some level of collaboration and partnerships with probably these fintechs and payment solution systems to make sure that liquidity sits in the banks in whichever way, and of course with the regulators, to make sure that the banks are strengthened, to make sure that the banks are fluid enough to withstand global crises and geopolitical tensions across the world, and also, to be able to even manage the balance sheet such that it becomes profitable at the end of the day.
Thank you. Maybe I'll shift to the regulator on the panel now. So you mentioned earlier how much regulation is lagging when it comes to the myriad of changes happening. It wasn't until recently that we have, call it a proper legislative framework even for virtual asset, digital assets launched in our part of the world. And so all of this while it's been operating in the underground economy, if the regulation doesn't provide the environment, the market players can't take advantage. How do we bridge that gap to ensure, at least from the regulatory side, the market is in position to respond to the changes that are coming?
Yeah, so thank you very much, Courage. So as regulators, our function is to keep the market functioning. And so you want to understand whether the market is still performing its core functions. And so is price discovery going on? Is it going on without any delay? Do you have liquidity there? And is there any need for support? The trading, the clearing, trading, settlements, and all these things, are they progressing as expected? So as regulators, we are looking at this. If this is happening, then we know that the markets are really functioning, and we have to, we will continue our job. There are other regulatory indicators that we normally will look at to see if the market is properly functioning well. You look at how the bid-ask spread is, the spread between the bid and the ask. If that is widening, it's an indication of liquidity vanishing from the system. But you still want to see if you have these situations, are the market still, liquidity still there or is vanishing? And you want to see also whether the market players are still willing to trade when you have this type of situations. So these are the issues as regulators we are looking at. Of course, you know, we are there to support the market when we see some of these shortfalls. And within our monetary policy operation framework, liquidity framework, has an inbuilt of lender of last resort function, where if any bank is short and cannot get liquidity, it has to resort to the central bank and all that. Now, those same safeguards are also replicated in our FX frameworks, where we ensure that the market is liquid and going, and then we intervene to support the market as and when needed. So from a regulatory point of view, we are looking at a number of things, whether the infrastructure is robust enough to carry on the trade, whether the liquidity is there, and whether there's compliance, and these are the issues that concern us as regulators.
So if you see threats in any of these areas, you are ready to respond appropriately. And so maybe just a follow-up. In the age of, say, AI and all of the tokenization and all these things that are coming that has taken over, say, the market, and we see the advanced market taking the lead, will it be the role of market players to take the lead and approach the regulator, or we would wait until there is a regulator-led intervention before the rest of the market follow? What typically is the approach from your side?
So from a regulatory point of view, I've mentioned earlier on that it looks like the market development is ahead of regulation, and therefore that regulatory gap needed to be bridged. You know, recently, just about a few weeks ago, we had a very well-attended 3I summit in Africa, putting the whole of Africa together. These are some of the issues. We call it innovation hub, putting the regulators and the innovators together in order to ensure that regulation catch up with market developments. You know, there are other measures, like the governor mentioned in his opening speeches. The Central Bank of Ghana has actually taken a bold step by creating 3 key departments in the area of technology. We have the AI department, we have the fintechs, and we have the payment systems, and the virtual asset systems. These are all carefully created in order to ensure that we don't have a regulatory gap between what is happening and all that. And in order to do that, there are approaches that are happening. The issue about sandbox and experimentation in a very safe environment to ensure that the products and that are coming out meet regulation specifications.
Awesome.
So these are some of the issues that are happening in the space.
Awesome. It means the regulatory side of the equation is also proactively engaging the innovators to be aware of the trends and then stand ready to respond accordingly so that the market can be enabled to take advantage of such changes. I'll shift now to Jacob. So we can dwell on the infrastructure now. So markets do not fail because prices move. Either ways, whether prices are going down or up, there are opportunities to benefit. So markets don't fail because of that. They fail because I think the trading, clearing, settlement, collateral, and payment systems may not be able to keep pace with the stress. I don't know how much you agree with that. And so if that is the thinking, then what infrastructure matters most for markets to remain functional, even under pressure? I mean, in your view.
Yeah, so I agree to you. I agree with what you've said, and I think that if I look at it from our context, I think the market infrastructure that we require as a country, definitely depending on the nature of the market, we are in the frontier market, so obviously our needs should be. And for me, the investments and the infrastructure that we are putting in place should be something that should actually address real frictions that we see in the system. Whether it's about execution, whether it's about settlement, whether it's about documentations and all that. So that investment should be something that it should address these kind of frictions that we are seeing. I think if you ask me at this point, our focus should not be, looking at high frequency AI kind of thing. But we need to address the basics, right? Okay. Once the basics are right and you build the right confidence, then obviously we are good to go. So it can be as simple as having FX trading platforms and then aggregation systems across the bank. We do have some currently, but I'm not sure it actually captures the entire spectrum of the activity that is happening. So something like that, as simple as it may be, will be very critical infrastructure in our environment. Then you will also want to look at legal documentations. I think there have been a lot of effort from central bank working with other regulators, Ghana Stock Exchange, Ministry of Finance, and all that, to push the adoption of, let's say, GIMRA, right, on this market. On paper, I'm sure a lot of banks might have signed these documents, but they put them on the table, and we still see a lot of securitized lending going through the system. I'm not sure that provides the kind of resistance that we are looking for, in the infrastructure, in the market that we are. So as simple as that, we need it. And then we also need some straight-through processes which ensure that it makes the operational end. Because once you are sure that all your transactions will settle seamlessly, then obviously you have confidence, right? And then liquidity actually follows confidence. So once we are able to build these basic infrastructures and we are able to build confidence, then definitely liquidity will follow. And that's what I think we should be looking at as a country. Thanks.
Awesome. Interesting point. So you talk documentation, you talk straight-through processes. The first one you mentioned kind of escaped me a bit. So these are, again, as you said, the basics of the whole market architecture that enables all of these things to go on. I have just been wondering, basic as they are, how and why is it still a challenge for our market? And I do know how the regulator is on our case on issues around documentation and FX market operation and all that. What is really the problem? Why is this such a big issue dealing with a basic one like documentation, in your view?
Yeah, so I think when it comes to the documentation, I think it's just about understanding what we're seeking to achieve, right? Because if you pick GIMRA or ISDA and put it in front of your legal team and ask them to go through it, they look at the document and the next question will be, what is the benefit? What are you solving for? Right? Are they willing to go through the long haul where they don't really appreciate it? And I think it's also because as a country we have history about hedging, and and most of the activities that we do has been the spot market, right? And indeed, if you look at even counterparty limit, risk appetite, we see instances where people insist on delivery versus payment transactions. So really, there isn't any serious risk that in most cases they are managing. So they don't see why they should have those legal documentation, but they are very critical in building a structured, well-sophisticated market, which can then rival the international market. Because if not, then you become like an isolated, place where your activity is just on the spot market. Spot will always remain critical in the scheme of things, but then we need to move to where clients will be able to, buy hedges to manage their exposures. Because if they will not be able to manage those exposures, then obviously what they will do is that they will always be reactive instead of acting. So we need the documentations, we need the education, which will make customers be able to act without being reactive. And if they are able to act, then you are as likely to have a stable FS environment to operate within.
So it's a capacity issue then?
Partly capacity issue, and I think there has been a couple of trainings with the help of some of our partners. I think we work with Bank of Ghana, and I've attended a couple of them. So capacity issue is one of them, and I think it's something that we need to pick up and work on more as a country to ensure that we bring all the relevant stakeholders up to speed. It's not just the front office guys who are handling this, but your legal, your back office, those who will manage your collateral and all that. You need to make sure that you bring all these people up to speed so that then it becomes easier for adoption to take place.
Okay. Thank you so much. So I turn to Anwuli now. Anwuli, you agree market conduct, transparency are both two very important elements that also would drive responsive market. I just wanted to share with us from the Nigerian experience, how important has that collaboration between the regulator on one hand, and then of course the banks and the market associations been in driving market conduct and transparency?
Okay, thank you very much. I also did not mention, we have an association called the Financial Markets Dealers Association, and I happen to be the president of the association. So we as FMDA, we as the markets and the regulators have worked very hard on the reforms we've had in Nigeria. The first reform we started with was the FX reform. So we had the FX reform guidelines that were reviewed by both the banks, the regulators and the FMDA. And we launched that in November 2024. And in 1 month, we got close to $10 billion capital flows based on the value of the transparency that that market brought. You get the best bid and the best offer and the fluidity of the currency. And that worked very well. And that has actually sustained the markets. Also, during that period, so I think sometime in 2025, we also had the Dangote refinery launch in Nigeria, which was the first private refinery, which also brought a lot of fluidity into that market as well, and reduced the pressure of imports as well. Now we are in the fixed income space. So we are going to migrate to something we call the e-bond in June 1. We're starting June 1.
Okay.
And one of the problems we've had in the fixed income markets, before the crisis, we had very fluid markets, very stable markets, very transparent markets. But one of the issues we had in the fixed income market in the last few years, post-crisis, was that we did not have a good repo market or security lending market. Okay. And so, because that is a thing of concern, where most times what happens is that we get these securities, but the pension funds and other asset managers buy the securities and they're not available for trading. So when you want to make a price on those securities, you can't make a price because, there are no repos for market players to take. So one of the things we are working on with the central bank and the stock exchange currently is to create a liquid market where we have security lending on both sides of the markets, both repo and reverse repo, where you can lend and make that market fluid. Currently, I want to believe that our target by our central bank governor, by the way, for the FX market is $1 billion turnover for FX every day. We're currently at averagely 500. The fixed income markets, I believe, is over ₦1 trillion every day. I believe that by June 1, when we get on the e-bond platform with some level of transparency and liquidity in the market, we believe we can surpass that. We also believe that the stock exchange will also work well with the central bank and us and make sure that the securities lending markets is liquid enough to make sure the fixed income market trades the way we want. Eventually, what we intend to do is to bring all the players on the same platform. So the buy side, sell side, all on the same floor, so that there's true price discovery and true transparency in that market.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. It's been engaging so far. I guess you would agree with me on that. Let me turn quickly. How many more minutes do we have, though? I guess they'll provide me that response shortly. So let me turn to Gershon again. And this time, let's focus on cross-border linkages and capital flows from a regulator's perspective. So cross-border linkages bring liquidity, obviously, capital, technology, market discipline, and all that. But they can also transmit a lot of shocks. And we saw in the case of Ghana, the main cause of course, this is debatable, but after everything else, the main cause of the FS problems in 2022 has been the portfolio reversals. I mean, when everything was said and done and everything became obvious, those who came with their capital left with their capital, and we were left threadbare. We didn't have the reserves to cover that. How should the African markets remain connected to the global capital without becoming vulnerable to every external shock? And we've seen COVID, we've seen Russia, Ukraine, we've seen now Iran, Israel, and then the US, and a number of other things coming. How should we position ourselves to attract such capital and liquidity, but also safeguard against vulnerability should global shocks happen?
Yeah, thank you, Courage. So I think you are right in saying pre-DDEP, in our market, we have a lot of portfolio reversals. And this creates what I refer to as capital illusion. Normally, capital should go where it's needed. But then the capital normally leaves you when you need it the most.
Yeah.
And so that was our situation. Pre-DDEP, we have those reversals. But again, like the earlier speakers have said, and in the opening remarks, the issue about macro stability is very critical. And that is the basis for which capital moves. Capital moves to places where it is needed and where it is safe. And so our Ghana's experience has been a situation where anytime there is that vulnerability, you see a reversal. And so if you take last year, for example, you see the macro situations have been very good. Inflation has moved down from 24 to about 5.4. Exchange rate has been stable, appreciated about 41%. And reserve buffers have been very large. And in that environment, we receive a lot of interest, both everywhere in the globe. Investors coming around, that we have capital, and how can we help you? And I was telling them, now we are a bit better than when we needed you the most.
Yeah.
But once the pie is big, you see,
get a lot of people coming.
Yeah. So those are the situations. The issue of macro fundamentals being stable is a key issue. And for us, how do we make sure capital remain? The issue still is about stability, maintaining stability, sustaining the gains, and all that. One other area has to do with clarity in terms of regulation. Recently we have a lot of reforms in that area, in the area of fintechs, in the area of remittances, international money transfer organizations, payment services, and the rest. All are aimed at making sure that capital flows in and we have liquidity in the market to trade with. We have issues about how our external or offshore players can trade and can come into our market without any problems. And then those, recently we have some regulation in that area. We refer to them as Vostro directives and the rest. Those regulations actually clarify the rules and what is expected of them and how to operate in our market. Of course, in terms of reforms, the market is looking at how transparent your market is, such that when they come in and they want to leave, they will be able to. So you don't have a situation where the investors get trapped in your country and all that. So we have done a series of reforms around, let me start with FX. Jacob and this mentioned FX. You heard about the reforms in those spaces where we were very clear in our objectives. There are 3 stated clear objectives: the issue about reserve build-up, the issue about intermediation, and the issue about intervention. So these are stated clearly, and they are not only stated, the sources for which these are supposed to be objected are also stated clearly. The issue of governance, how these things operate are there, the issue about instruments, and the issue about communication, how when FX operations happen, how it's supposed to be communicated to the market. And all these things provide clarity. And most of the time, when investors see a market which is very transparent and which operates efficiently in this manner, and where macro stability is, you know, capital just move in that direction. In addition to Abner, Amwa, and Co. are all doing extremely well in the capital market. This is where patient capital is really being developed. And my information is that they are about the best or the second best in the recent ratings and the rest. Yeah.
And Amwa is the managing director for the Ghana Stock Exchange. So he talked about 2 important things: regulatory clarity, macro stability, non-negotiable. I've just been considering this thought. Some other African markets allow offshore participation even into the shorter end. You could do a 1 year in Egypt and other places like that, more integrated into the global market. We seem to, I think the minimum tenor an offshore person can do locally will be in the 2 year and above. So is that longer horizon, of course, longer relatively, because I know 2 year may be a joke when you look at other markets and all that. But that kind of timeout, is it not the reason why, if there is the slightest sense of shock coming, without even waiting to assess it fully, you see a capital flight happening? And what will it hurt, considering? And of course, I know it's a chicken and egg situation. What do you think about allowing offshore into even shorter tenors of the market, which can give them better room? They know that if even the shock is coming, my exposure is the next 3 months, the next 6 months, and I do not have to panic to do any intervention. What do you think of that kind of line of reasoning?
So correct. That's a very good. It's a very good suggestion you made, and we see our neighbors in Nigeria have that kind of experience. But the offshore investors are already invited into the secondary market. So
they can do that.
So they can go to the secondary market. But at the time of that regulation, the volatility that was happening and the way the hot funds were just coming in and going back, all relating to the issue about the slightest noise and the rest, in order to curtail that volatility at the short end, that was why that regulation came. But as we discussed, markets are evolving, and when there is a need for a revision of those things, those will be considered. Yeah.
Definitely. Thank you. Let's look at counterparties' perspective, country perspectives, and we look at Ghana, we look at Nigeria in some extent, and delve a bit deeper. I'll turn to, I believe, Jacob now, and then I'll take the same question to Anwuli as well. So Ghana, Nigeria are both navigating, or we have navigated the first pressures, and he talked about, Anwuli, you talk about all the reforms that have happened. We've moved from that convoluted, where there are different markets for different things, to now what looks like unified. Ghana has also navigated its own share of FX crisis, We found a formula now that is helping build reserves, and it has brought a sense of stability in the market. So if you juxtapose that against changing investor behaviors, domestic market reforms, and the need for a deeper local financial market, what should be the most important lessons we are picking from these episodes in the last few years or so into the future from a market player perspective?
Okay.
So I think,
starting with Jacob here.
I think, so I'll look at what maybe top of mind Ghana can learn from Nigeria, and maybe one thing that Nigeria can also learn from Ghana. I think, Nigeria has been largely successful in pursuing market broad-based commitment to what we call rate convergence, right? So currently, I think the parallel market, which used to be very big in Nigeria, now is largely, it's shrink, exactly. So it's something that we can learn, because currently in Ghana also, we also have something similar. Sometimes it converges, other times you see that huge divergence where the black market rates, the Forex Bureau rate is out there, and then what the interbank is trading is out there. So I think there's something to be learned from that angle as to how we can merge these, all these rates so that we have a common reference rate on our market. Now, what Nigeria can also learn from Ghana, I believe it's about how monetary and fiscal policy makers, can coordinate, and then using FS policies, be able to anchor the economy and derive the right benefits. Because if you look at what we went through, inflation touched 54%, right? We went through DDEP. So definitely, if the central bank had wanted to pursue its own course to try and address whatever challenges they were facing, whilst the fiscal space also tried to do their own thing, I strongly believe that they couldn't have achieved the success that we've seen now. Even if they would have, I'm sure it would have taken them a longer period. So I think that coordination between policy, FS policy, monetary policy, which is part of the FS policy, part of the monetary policy, and then the fiscal space, how they can work together, coordinate to ensure that they provide the needed market stability in order to anchor the economic growth that we are looking for.
Okay. Thank you so much. Manly, what would you share from Nigeria as the lessons we should take forward?
Well, I think there has to be a cost. And why I say this is the central bank used interest rates as a tool to manage foreign exchange and also to stabilize the market. It's expensive. And in between, we had inflationary pressures as a result of that. This year particularly, unfortunately, the Iran and US war started. But this year particularly, they had tried at least to work on the interest rates, at least move it southwards. It was working before the Russia-Ukraine war. So we're still at a stage where we need to reduce costs. The cost on the central bank is a burden, and it has to go down. And I know how actively the economy is trying to reduce the cost of borrowing.
Okay.
Yeah, so costs is expensive. It has to be watched, and it has to be managed if they're the lessons we need to learn from past experiences.
Okay. I mean, before we take, and I do realize we are overrunning our time. We should be over soon in about 2 minutes. But just before we go there, in about 30 seconds, it's only fair we hear from the regulator also on what the lessons are. We have shifted from a debt-led reserve accumulation strategy to what is now dominantly gold-led. But the fundamental issue of real sector, trade, FX, from the actual real sector where it's inclusive and all of that, it doesn't appear there is a lot of conversation around that. How are we building resilience into even the FS strategy we have now so that should in the future gold prices reverse or something untoward's happening again, we are not quote unquote caught pants down?
Yes, so thank you, Courage. So in that regard, you are aware of this program that was announced. We call it the GANRAP. So if you look at the experiences Ghana has gone through, the issue of portfolio reversals, the issue about the international market closing to us and all that. The issue about the cyclical nature of the way our development has gone. It is very clear that the only way out is to build resilience against these shocks. And most of the time, we often go to the fund when our reserves are almost not able to. So the strategy now is to build reserves to equivalent to about 15 months of import cover. And that level of resilience assures that when there are shocks, the economy is able to withstand those things. And that is a very well-coordinated program between the government, the Bank of Ghana, and the Gold Board. And it's well-structured to the extent that all the components that has to ensure this is delivered are already in place. So in terms of resilience going forward, these are some of the, particularly in terms of building reserve buffers, so that our markets can be guaranteed that amount of support. Yeah.
Awesome. So in 20 seconds each, it's our closing comment now. My question is, if there is one thing market must get right over the next 5 years to move beyond resilience to becoming truly responsive, what should that be? In about 20 seconds, each of you, I mean every one of you, in about 20 seconds, starting from Jacob. In the next 10 years, 5 years, what is that one thing markets must get right to be?
I think what I want to see is more, though it's happening now, but more coordination, from market players and regulators to ensure that before any policy comes out, it has to actually be discussed and it's taken into account the perspective of all the stakeholders. In that case, it becomes easier for market participants to work with it instead of trying to go around to figure out what the regulator is trying to achieve.
Okay.
So it's something that I want to see going forward.
Collaboration at the regulator and participants level. Yes, Anli?
I think it's technology from my space. I think the ability for us to adapt to technology, to harness the benefits of different forms of technology, both from the payment system solutions to the softwares by the banks and even models used by the banks to manage balance sheets, and collaborating with the back office, to see it as a strategy to work to make sure that all the import of technology is actually meaningful to the banks and the economy. So
okay.
Technology.
I think Governor's mentioned something like that when he said back office is no longer, or finance, if a back office should be at the front
strategy,
now and all of that. And I think if you look at the African region, it's actually very difficult sometimes to send money to even your neighboring countries, Cote d'Ivoire, Togo, and all of that. Thanks to PAP, at least we could do that to Nigeria. Integrating even the regional market is an important thing we must look out for if we must be responsive. Yes, sir?
Yes, so beyond macro stability, beyond maintaining the balance between innovation and regulation and all that, what matters, again, most for me has to be the trust for institutions and players.
Okay.
But when there's trust, markets are credible and functions properly. Yeah.
Awesome. So from the regulator, trust, credibility. From Anwili, it's about technology and how we can harness it properly for our collective advantage. And from Jacob, it's about the collaboration between the regulator and then the market participants to make sure that we are on the same page, singing from the same hymn sheet. And from me, and just as Governor said, the macro stability architecture is key to all of these, but beyond that stability is about how we as businesses are innovating to address the needs of the market, innovating to stay competitive, but also staying within the regulatory confines so that we are not finding ourselves in uncharted waters once we are not sure what the replications may be for the integrity and stability of the overall financial system. And this has been the panel on looking at how global market can be built or developed to be responsive to change. I hope you have gotten some insights from this. I don't know if there is any allowance for questions or maybe a comment or two. Otherwise, we draw the curtain down. Do I have permission to take a comment or a question or two?
No.
Okay. No, thank you. So thank you. This has been our panel. Yeah.
Okay, picture, group picture. Yeah.
Financial Market Association. Africa, we there. Accra to the world. Oh, no, 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 no. Accra to the world right now. Future bright, we feel alright. Dance left, dance right.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for that exceptional panel. What an insightful panel highlighting the importance of reforms, policy, and processes around liquidity, capital allocation, and resilience to global shocks. Speaking on global liquidity, capital flows, and the outlook for emerging markets, please help me make welcome to the stage the first Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Ghana, Dr. Zakari Mumuni.
Thank you. Thank you very much, my sister. The leadership of ACI Financial Markets Association, Global and Ghana, distinguished governors and deputy governors, as well as regulators here, leadership of financial institutions, representatives of stakeholder institutions here present, members of ACI Financial Markets, FMA, and ACI Ghana, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. Good afternoon to you all. Thank you very much. It is a great pleasure and an honor to join you today at this 64th ACI Financial Markets ACI FMA World Congress here in Accra. Permit me, first of all, to express sincere appreciation to the leadership of ACI Financial Markets Association Global for giving Ghana the opportunity to host this important gathering. As you can all see, this Congress is coming at a critical time for the global economy and in particular for emerging markets and frontier markets just like ours. The theme for this session, which is global liquidity, capital flows, and outlook for emerging markets, is both timely and indeed, you will agree with me, very important. And from the preceding discussions, you would have already started seeing this, the relevance of this session. Global liquidity and capital flows have become central to the economic fortunes of emerging economies. They influence exchange rates. They also influence inflation. They influence investment decisions, and they influence financial stability. Ultimately, and perhaps most importantly, they also influence the economic welfare of our people. Over the past decade, exceptionally accommodative monetary policy stance across especially advanced economies supported abundant
global liquidity and encouraged capital flows across emerging markets. Now, during this period, many emerging economies benefited from lower borrowing costs. They also benefited from improved access to external financing and indeed stronger investor appetite. However, the global environment has also changed significantly in recent years. Rising interest rates, persistent inflationary pressures, geopolitical tensions, and heightened uncertainty have heightened financial conditions globally. As financing conditions tightened, capital flows to emerging markets have also become more volatile and, as expected, very less predictable. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, recent data from the Bank for International Settlements, BIS, show that global cross-border bank credit alone reached approximately 38 trillion United States dollars by the end of 2025. This actually demonstrates the scale and interconnectedness of modern global finance. Global liquidity matters because it is the connective tissue of the global economy. It determines how easily capital moves across borders, how governments finance development, and how firms access credit, as well as how financial systems absorb shocks. In today's highly interconnected world, liquidity conditions in one part of the global economy are rapidly transmitted across markets and jurisdictions. For emerging markets and frontier economies, global liquidity cycles directly affect, for instance, the exchange rate. They also affect reserve adequacy. They affect debt sustainability. They affect also financing conditions as well as financial stability. When liquidity conditions are favorable, capital flows into emerging markets increase. But when conditions tighten, those same flows can reverse abruptly, often with significant macroeconomic consequences. And the earlier panel touched on some of these consequences. This reality actually highlights one important lesson. Emerging markets must not only attract capital during favorable periods, they must also build the resilience necessary to withstand periods of financial tightening and external shocks. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenge for emerging economies today is no longer about access to external financing. The more important challenge is ensuring that our institutions, our markets, and our policy frameworks are strong enough to absorb volatility when global conditions deteriorate. This is particularly important because the nature of external financing to emerging market economies has evolved considerably over time. Beyond the traditional bank lending, financing now increasingly comes through portfolio flows. It also comes through bond markets and in some cases through FDI, foreign direct investment, remittance flows, and non-bank financial institutions. While this diversification creates opportunities, it also increases exposure to external vulnerabilities. And here I will mention a few of these vulnerabilities. Now, portfolio flows, for instance, and short-term investments can reverse quickly. And the earlier panel touched on this briefly. These flows come in when conditions are benign, everything is going well. But at the time when you start seeing things not getting very well and you need the same flows badly, that is when they tend to leave you. What my colleague earlier referred to as capital flow illusion, elusive capital flows. As mentioned, portfolio flows and short-term investments can reverse quickly during periods of uncertainty. At the same time, global financial markets have become increasingly sensitive to geopolitical developments and shifts in investor sentiment. Distinguished guests, this brings me to an important question. Are capital flows to emerging markets a catalyst for growth or a trigger for instability? Let me take this question again. The question is, are capital flows, which are important to our developmental aspirations, a catalyst for growth or a trigger for instability? The answer, in my view, is that they can be both, depending on how you look at it. On one hand, capital flows provide significant benefits. They complement domestic savings. They also finance infrastructure. They support private sector growth and indeed deepen domestic financial markets. For countries like Ghana, where domestic savings are often insufficient to meet development needs, external capital remains a necessary ingredient in the transformation of the economy. On the other hand, the risks associated with capital flows are equally real. First, large inflows can lead to exchange rate appreciation and weaken export competitiveness. And this is particularly true where these flows are unsterilized. Of course, when you even have to sterilize these flows, it doesn't come cheaply. It comes at a cost. And that was also highlighted earlier. Now, what initially appears to be investor confidence can gradually become a structural challenge for the domestic production and external competitiveness. Second, sustained inflows can also contribute to excessive credit growth and asset price inflation. Now, and this is particularly also true when financial systems are less sufficiently regulated. History reminds us that periods of abundant global liquidity have often been associated with excessive credit risk-taking and financial vulnerability. Third, and perhaps most importantly, sudden reversals in capital flows can also generate severe macroeconomic stress. When investor sentiment changes abruptly, emerging economies may experience currency depreciation, reserve losses, and rising borrowing costs, as well as broader financial instability. Many emerging economies have experienced such episodes over the years, particularly during aggressive monetary tightening in advanced economies. Ghana faced similar pressures during the recent tightening cycle, and this was actually compounded by pre-existing fiscal challenges and commodity price shocks. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, understanding the drivers of global liquidity is therefore critical for policy makers in emerging markets. One key driver remains monetary policy in advanced economies, particularly in the United States. When global interest rates are low, investors search for higher yields in emerging markets. But when rates rise sharply, capital often flows back to advanced economies. This obviously demonstrates how developments in major financial centers are transmitted to emerging markets through capital flows, exchange rates, and financial conditions. In this context, exchange rate flexibility becomes extremely important. Flexible exchange rate regimes can absorb external shocks and reduce transmission of foreign monetary conditions. Exchange rate flexibility is therefore not merely a technical policy preference. It is an important shock absorber. Another major issue relates to financial regulation and the growing role of non-bank financial institutions in global finance. Increasingly, global liquidity is being created and transmitted through institutions operating outside traditional banking system. Hedge funds, asset managers, money market funds, and non-bank institutions now play a much larger role in global capital allocation. While these institutions improve market efficiency and liquidity under normal conditions, they also amplify volatility during periods of stress. For emerging markets, this creates additional uncertainty because capital flows are increasingly driven by actors whose risk appetite and investment behavior can change rapidly. Distinguished guests, another factor that deserves mention and perhaps close attention is geopolitics. The global economy is operating in an environment of heightened political fragmentation. The lingering effect of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, tensions in the Middle East, trade fragmentation, and strategic competition among the major powers continue to influence global financial conditions. Geopolitical tensions are no longer distant political events. They increasingly affect energy markets. They are also affecting inflation. And here we see a lot of inflationary pressures coming across the globe as a result of the ongoing tension in the Middle East. They also affect investor confidence, and they affect global trade. They also affect capital allocation decisions as a result. Indeed, if monetary policy has traditionally been the primary driver of global liquidity, geopolitics is increasingly becoming a second major driver. For emerging markets, this creates additional complexity. Sharp movements in commodity prices, exchange rates, and investor sentiment. In such a scenario, resilience becomes even more important. Ladies and gentlemen, looking ahead, emerging and frontier economies must strengthen their macroeconomic and institutional foundations if they are to navigate an increasingly uncertain global environment successfully. Prudent fiscal and monetary policies remain essential for maintaining investor confidence and preserving macroeconomic stability as well. Strong policy credibility provides countries with greater flexibility during periods of external stress. Allow me to conclude by highlighting 5 strategic priorities that should guide emerging and frontier markets going forward. First, fiscal credibility is non-negotiable. And here I would like to repeat that fiscal credibility is non-negotiable. Sustainable public finances remain the foundation of macroeconomic stability and investor confidence. Second, reserve adequacy must also be viewed as a form of self-insurance rather than a luxury. And the preceding sessions actually touched on this as well, especially in the case of Ghana, where in order to ensure we build resilience, we now have this strategy that is aimed at increasing the country's external buffers to a minimum of 50 months of import cover within the next 3 years. So this is important to build resilience. Third, financial sector regulation must evolve alongside changing capital flow dynamics. Regulatory frameworks must remain responsive and agile to emerging risks. They must particularly respond within the especially within the non-bank financial sector. Fourth, countries must continue building institutional depth and market credibility. Strong institutions improve policy effectiveness, market confidence, and resilience. Finally, emerging markets must distinguish between productive long-term capital and volatile short-term flows. The objective should not be simply attracting capital, but it must be that of attracting the right capital under appropriate safeguards. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to remind you about the central tension at the heart of this discussion. Global liquidity remains abundant, yet increasingly volatile. Capital flows continue to provide important opportunities to emerging markets, but they also carry along with it significant risks. Countries that have successfully navigated repeated episodes of global tightening without major crisis did so not because external conditions were always favorable, but because they built strong institutions, maintained credible policies, and also strengthened economic resilience over time. Ghana is committed to that path. The journey is challenging. The progress requires discipline. It also requires consistency and long-term commitment. But the direction remains clear. On that note, I wish you all fruitful deliberations and a successful Congress. I thank you for your attention.
May we please give a round of applause for our first Deputy Governor. Thank you. Straight into the next panel discussion, themed the role of global liquidity in shaping emerging markets. To moderate this panel, please help me give a warm round of applause to Mr. Eric Appiah, Managing Partner, Black Star Group, followed by Hugh Frail, Regional Head Africa for Frontclear, Afua Bully, Head of Global Markets at Stanbic Bank Ghana, Oliver Berkey, Head of Africa Markets, Continental Capital Markets, and Jamel Banda, Head of Treasury and Markets, Ghana International Bank. A round of applause, please.
Paper.
Oh, sure.
Hello? I was waiting for the mic. I just forgot I had that. But good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a real pleasure to be the moderator for this particular panel. And I'm extremely excited to say that just prior to this, we were told that, AI is going to take all the jobs. So I just want to introduce to you the new civil engineering team in financial markets. We are specialists in plumbing and agriculture. And so as we go through the panel session, you'll see where our skills have been modified. So I have with me Efwabuli, who's the head of Africa Regional Sales, Global Markets at Standard Bank Group, where she drives strategic client engagement across multiple markets and deepens financial liquidity across the continent. So she is our agriculture expert, so she specializes in making sure that SME markets and farms are watered. She makes sure that effectively institutional farms are also watered. So she is our agriculture specialist. Then we have Oliver Berkey, who is the head of African markets at Continental Capital Markets, where he leads strategy and market development across the region. His work has focused on expanding markets across market access, deepening liquidity, and supporting the growth of financial markets in frontier and in emerging markets. And he's our chief civil engineer who makes sure he understands where all the water is going in terms of liquidity. And then we have Jamel Banda, who's the head of treasury and markets at the Ghana International Bank, has over 15 years experience across global markets, corporate banking, and he is our chief surveyor who makes sure that everywhere the liquidity is going makes sense. And last but not least, Hugh. Hugh leads Frontclear's business, which spans across sub-Saharan Africa. It's effectively a DFI-backed focused development fund which deals in liquidity, and effectively he's going to be the one to tell us how all the plumbing works. So thank you very much for the panel. And we'll just dive right into it. And I think most of the conversations that have happened prior to this have really spoken about liquidity, and it's effectively its schizophrenic nature. So effectively, we have a market where when you need liquidity, it's not there, and when you don't need it, it's there. And so hopefully the panel will dig into it and give us a sense. So I'll jump straight to it. So for Oliver, who you really see, international markets, liquidity, where it's going, all the craziness, where's really liquidity going across the continent now? Where are you seeing that liquidity?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. I think that we're seeing a lot of investment in Africa, across the continent. The investment panels have changed over the last 20 years. I think 20 years ago we saw more banking investments, whereas now I would say the main investments coming from real money sector. Personally, I think this is a positive thing because real money tends to invest more for the long term than the banking sector. So I think that having real money investments will mean that investments in Africa will be less sensitive to global shocks. If we look at the current environment that we're in now, at the beginning of this year, we saw huge inflows into sub-Saharan Africa, particularly into the fixed income markets. Then we had the unfortunate war, which we're all dealing with at the moment. Obviously, that caused a risk-off environment. However, if you compare the amount of negative movement in African markets compared to CE3 or other emerging markets, it was very little. I sit next to the CE3 desk, and the Hungary and the Czech market and the Polish market melted down. Their interest rate swap market just gapped out, and you could hardly get a price. What we saw in the African markets, sub-Saharan African markets, was people had already made money. Everyone was long and happily long. We saw some real money taking profits, and we saw the banking sector, I would say, more selling out, but the real money stayed in and is happy to stay in, but maybe 100 basis points higher than where we were in January. We're currently in an environment where we see very little trading on a daily basis because there's no reason to buy and there's no real reason to sell. We're waiting for the war to be over one way or another, and I think that once that does happen, we'll see more inflows, and I think we'll probably see a rally in yields across sub-Saharan Africa, and I think we'll probably end up be back where we were at the beginning of the year after the war. So generically, I would say that of investment in Africa, real money is very happy to be long Africa at the moment, and I think that post-war, there will be more inflows into the sector.
Sure. So Oliver, I mean, I know you mentioned Africa broadly, but it would be helpful if we got a little bit of sense of, so if we look at Sub-Saharan Africa, are we talking more Western Africa, Eastern Africa? Where are you seeing some of those, heavy flows across?
We are mainly a fixed income broker, and we mainly deal in Nigeria, Kenya, Ghana, Zambia, and Uganda. We've seen big inflows into Nigeria this year. One of the reasons has been the stability of the FX and the fact that they now have a deliverable FX swap market. So we've seen big inflows there, more in the short end than the long end, because the curve in Nigeria is a negative yield curve, so you get more for your money in the short end, and there's liquidity there. Zambia, we've seen big inflows. They've also made some structural changes, which I think have influenced that. They previously haven't had benchmark bonds, and we at ContiCap have been working closely with the Bank of Zambia over the last few years to help them try and develop the attractiveness of the market to offshore investors. And one of the most important things is liquidity. If you have 350 bonds on your books and those bonds are not liquid, it's difficult for risk managers to sign off big limits. If you have benchmarks which are retapped, it's easier. Then if you want to buy and sell the market, you don't have to sell out. There's always a price there. That also then has a knock-on effect locally, because it means that it's easier for market makers to market make. So the more market makers you have, the more liquidity is in the market. The more liquidity is in the market, the more you get the inflows.
Sure.
Dr. Zachary was touching on the point just before, saying that it's one thing talking about how do we get global liquidity to flow into emerging markets. I think everyone knows that. I think the question is, how do we entice that money to stay in emerging markets? How do we make that environment attractive for them to stay?
Sure.
And I think that's what myself and my company, we feel that it's our duty to try and bridge the gap between offshore investors and local markets. And it's our duty to speak to local banks, speak to central banks, speak to regulators, and explain what we're seeing offshore and the perception offshore.
Okay.
And if we can help in any way, then that's what we're trying to do, just trying to facilitate a flow of information between everyone.
Thanks for that, Oliver. So, Hugh, I mean, Oliver has just spoken about where he sees liquidity. I mean, Frontclear's whole objective is to solve a lot of these problems that we see in our markets in terms of documentation, etc. Where are you seeing where the pipelines are really broken, where there is liquidity, but the way the system is primed doesn't allow the access to that liquidity? So where are you seeing that?
Yeah, I guess it's sort of the answer falls probably into a number of themes. Sort of in Frontclear's experience, with a bit of maybe a unique perspective given the global remit. If structuring coverage for North Africa, Eastern Europe, Asia was given the answer and was speaking, they could point to maybe some of the markets are, for example, very heavy on dollar deposits, but of course they want to be lending in local currency, and that mismatch is something that we're trying to solve for. Or it could be that there's markets where there's actually very little government bonds being issued, therefore the repo market is quite difficult to get going. If it's in LATAM, the answer again is a little bit different, because, for example, the issue could be that offshore entities can't hold, the local bonds, the ability to set up custody capabilities makes it very difficult again to do the repo. Under the sub-Saharan African coverage, again, there's a multitude of different answers, and it's not the same for all markets. But I think a couple of the themes that we see is that really, the legal and regulatory environment have a key role to play. I think Jake mentioned it earlier, but the enforceability of your documentation in a default scenario is a key thing. And in this, I would also mention, the ability to net and have clean netting opinions is absolutely key. I think the other theme is that we see is, and important to mention is, when we stand in front of our risk committees and we're trying to get trading limits in place, all of the things that they focus on have a key implication on sort of unblocking the plumbing, as you put it. So that's all the economic risk, the liquidity of the local currency bonds, etc., political risk, debt levels, all of those things. The other probably key theme is the operations. Again, I think it's come up in numerous discussions, but the ability to move collateral quickly, move cash, have payment finality, all of those things are key. And then probably the fourth one is the capacity within the local market. If the products are being used for the first time in terms of swaps, derivatives, non-deliverable repo products, there has to be an understanding and a capacity within the institutions to be able to book and monitor that risk position. And there's no light switch that we have found where you just switch it on and suddenly everything is working. Everybody understands haircuts, margining, netting enforceability. So I think capacity and training has a key role to play. But when you start to address some of these issues, you really can start to unblock some of that plumbing. And as a very expensive plumber said to me one time in London, as we were looking at water coming through my roof, the water is not the problem. The problem is that the plumbing is 100 years old and there's been different cracks and leaks. So the key thing is, liquidity will find its way. What you have to do is create a clean environment, and I think across those things that I've just mentioned would be the key sort of areas that Frontclear has seen as important.
Sure, thanks for that, Hugh. And Jamal, before I come to you, just now that we know where the liquidity is, on the ground, as somebody who covers the sub-Saharan region, how are you seeing that liquidity come in, and how are people using that liquidity? What is it driving on the ground from where you sit?
Okay. So pretty much, honestly, your first signal is not your usual, it's not a Bloomberg alert or a headline. It's actually more subtle. It's more calls from probably a global custodian sitting in London, a portfolio investor in the US, and the calls are typically asking about exchange controls, asking about funding, options for funding, looking at structurally or things that they need in terms to get their structures going. So it's more of that you see first before the trade actually happens. Now, typically when these are coming through, they're actually just checking out the plumbing. Nothing is happening at the moment. It's just them figuring out how easy it will be for them to get in and out of the market. So that's what you typically see first. Then I would also look at the corporates that you asked about and how they would react. So they're in two groups. I would say for the local corporates, when we get a sense of some global liquidity seeping in, interestingly, you would see a wait-and-see attitude, and very few would hedge, and most of them would sit on the fence and would be looking to get in at a stronger level. The view being, with the markets not being as deep, it's a high likelihood that as these flows come through, the local currency will strengthen. So you're looking at a position or at a point when you can come in and cover at a level you believe is best. Same with the domestic pension funds. They've also learned that when the foreigners arrive, we definitely do see a compression in the yields. So they too would be waiting to get in at a point, not at the top, but at a point where they think is best for them. So interestingly, when we see flows heading our way, you actually see the locals sitting on the fence and waiting. I'll look at the banks last. You mentioned the banks as well. So for banks, as we all know, positioning is all about timing. So for typical banks and markets like ours, what you tend to see is we tend to sit quite light in duration, especially when it has to straddle an election cycle. We are worried or we are careful about fiscal pressures that usually come ahead of elections. And so typically we are light, but if there's news of a shift of liquidity our way, we definitely would go heavy. So you tend to see that happening. Currency-wise, we would go long local currency as well. So typically, we position knowing very well that the market rewards those who go ahead of the narrative and not those who chase the headlines.
Thanks for that. And Jamal, just from your correspondent bank point of view, you're effectively the pipe which lays the groundwork into these markets. So what are you seeing on the correspondent banking side with regards to liquidity effectively in emerging markets?
I think to be fair, de-risking has paused more than reversed. And I say that because from a correspondent bank point of view, it's easier to see transaction flow end to end when we think about technology and how much it's moved recently. We're seeing larger correspondent banks come in and are more comfortable with frontier market risk, partly because of the rate environment, and it's easy to attract hard currency flows when you can park them at a risk-free rate that's more attractive than it was a few years ago. But I think also because there is a little bit more nuance between countries that are frontier market countries. And so if you look at Nigeria, for instance, and you see the compression in spread from a liquidity standpoint, it means it kind of pushes everybody forward a little bit. And those sort of high premium that people expect to get in some nations are not there, and it makes them go looking in other regions. I think the thing that kind of concerns me is it can be quite fragile. And we've all experienced when that hot capital leaves and we're all left sort of looking at each other. And something that's really on my heart is how do we build that infrastructure amongst ourselves to make sure that that liquidity stays in the pockets when we need it the most. And I think you addressed that in your question. How do we work closer together to make sure that when that hot capital does move out, when we're not the new thing, how do we support each other?
Sure. No, thanks for that. So, I mean, it's been a really interesting discussion, but I think one thing, I mean, Dr. Zach mentioned, and I think the governor even mentioned, a few people have mentioned, is this idea that when liquidity is needed, it's not around. So for this next question, where there is a big debate around decoupling, where there's a sense that markets should build local capacity either through pension funds, etc. Maybe I would like maybe Oliver, Jamel to be on one side, which is, when it's raining and when it's dry, we're given an umbrella, and it's taken away when it's raining, and, various countries build thatched roofs. When it gets dry again, you see the umbrella. So I would want you and Oliver to be on one side, which is make the case for why liquidity should still pour in. And then for Afua and Hugh, maybe you can make the case for why people should should depend on local sources and build capacity for me for this particular section. So over to you, those who are for the umbrella.
The reasons for, I think, there are certain things, there's controllables and uncontrollables, right? I like your comparison. I teach my son, he's a fanatic footballer, and I say to him, there are things you can control and things you can't. Just, if you focus on the things that you can control, the rest takes care of itself. And obviously central banks can't force money to stay. Whenever there's been implementation to try and force money to stay, it always leaves in the end. There are certain things which central banks can do and ACIs can do to try and make it more attractive to stay. I think the main ones are having primary bond dealers, like I said before, also retapping benchmark bonds, having a liquid bond market, having a market which is consistently market made. If you have 25 banks and only 2 are making markets, which is the current structure at the moment in Ghana, or maybe 3 market makers, you're not making the market as attractive as you could. If that doubled to 6 market makers, then even if everyone's making 50 basis points, that 50 basis points, because everyone's 50 basis points, is going to be slightly different to the left or to the right. You're going to end up with a curve of maybe 25 or 30 basis points. Whereas if you have only 2 people and they're making 100 or 80, then the spreads are wide. Yeah. And part of the attraction is initially having a market which is liquid, but for the money to stay, it needs to be able to trade within a range, and the money stays within that range. And this is where we've seen in Nigeria, as an example, in the region in the last 12 months, 18 months. You know, for 5 years in Nigeria, there was no bond market trading at all. There was zero offshore involvement. Now we have 3 or 4 offshore market makers, and we have 45 to 50 points being made all day, every day. So because there is that, when the market, when there's a slightly risk-off headline or risk-off number, we only move slightly to the left. We don't move 100 basis points. We move maybe half the spread.
Okay. And
because people are confident. People are confident that they will be able to buy back in again. So it's creating that environment where there's a consistent longevity for the money to want to remain in that emerging market and continually be able to profit.
Okay. And Jamel, for you, your 4?
Yeah, I mean, I think first and foremost, I do think there's an issue of risk perception versus underlying risk, and I think that's something that frontier markets suffer from. I think what we can do, again, just linking into my last statement, is build a resilience within. And you know, your analogy around when it's raining, I would say build those contingency resources when it's dry. I think getting those lines in place, getting your compliance set up, getting those relationships set up prior to the crisis means that that liquidity doesn't leave as quickly. Then the market looks more resilient. And then you get the global players who stay around because they understand that, yes, there might be a bit of volatility, but that's opportunity rather than being stuck. And so that's how I really see it, building those foundations before the issues happen by maximizing the good times, making sure that when we are well bid, that we're putting lines in place, not just with large global players, but with each other, cross regions. And I think that means that we can be more resilient in the down times.
So if Oliver and Jamel say we should open the market, allow the water to come, but build the structures, what do you think from where you sit in terms of those who make the case that, no, we should focus inward?
Okay, so I'm a proponent for resilience through depth, not isolation. So partly, and I'll speak to why. So if you look at, on a normal day, a normal trading day, no Fed signals, no domestic headlines, my typical order book for govies currently in recent times would be filled with counterparties, which are local banks, pension funds, insurance companies, and rightly so in recent times. If you look at the statistics backing it, assets under management for pensions currently at 108 billion cedis, up 26% from last year. So there is depth in that liquidity, and that is what you would see now. But we are also mindful that in juxtaposing that against the fact that currently offshore holdings is sitting somewhere around below 7% of our holdings sit with foreign portfolio investors. But I'll be quick to say that in 2017-18, this was as high as almost 40%. So we've seen as a market how quickly these offshore flows evaporate when confidence cracks. So we are mindful of both. So my position would be, we would want to build depth. And again, I go back to the Asian example. We've seen how India and Indonesia built depth over like a 15-year window through repo infrastructure, development of their markets, and it's a good example to emulate, and we would borrow from that playbook. But I'm also quick to say that based on what we've seen, we need to build the buffers to be able to defend when there's a run on us or there's a hot money movement. So my position is more of resilience through depth and not isolation. The goal has never been to shut off offshore investors. The goal is to build the depth so that when the market bends, we don't break.
Sure, no thanks. And Hugh, you've been a big proponent of this, fixing the local imbalances that exist. And
exactly, I think for us it's a balance of both. But there was a recent African Finance Corporation report, and I think at the launch of that there was a fantastic term used in that, and the summary was that Africa doesn't have a liquidity provision issue, it has a liquidity trapped issue. And unlocking local liquidity is a core focus for Frontclear. So initially, a lot of our focus was in the interbank space. The problem statement would typically be, Why is liquidity sitting with 2 to 3 tier 1 names in the market? Why does it not flow through tier 2, tier 3? What are the issues? If it's an issue of counterparty credit risk, we can solve for that. When we knock down that hurdle, what is next? So trying to get that interbank market functioning much better is a key focus. But also in the non-bank space, I think it's key that pension fund, asset managers, insurance companies are also part of the solution, because a lot of the liquidity, again, can be trapped in these institutions. I think we only had a 5-minute conversation earlier when we met, and already we had sort of 2 solutions that we could potentially be working on. And for me, that was just a little sort of reminder of it's so important not to be, overly focused on the interbank, but also the wider financial system. So that is a key thing for us. Maybe another add-on to that answer very quickly would be a problem statement we also like to really sort of pick apart is when we get a request for a transaction, why do we always, why is first stop always London, New York, Dubai, Johannesburg, right? When we know that there's liquidity in the local market. So also what we're starting to see more as we develop the individual, let's say, solutions, is that perhaps we have liquidity in another market, African market, that we can deploy in, through Frontclear in another jurisdiction. So liquidity that is trapped within the region, why aren't these markets speaking to each other? Why is the first phone call always, we have a request for dollar funding against CD collateral? Why are we calling up London first? The answer is probably much closer. Maybe it's already in the market. So I think developing the local, unlocking the local sources of liquidity is absolutely key.
Sure. No, it would seem as though where we've concluded on this particular discussion is it's really important to have the global liquidity, but also to mobilize the local liquidity. So in local parlance, it will be keep your Ghana water flowing, but keep your poly tank as well. Just make sure that the two are connected properly. So
and regional. Think about regional.
Okay, then we'll add a bigger water tank.
A bigger water tank.
So, no, but thanks. So, in the discussions we've had, and in terms of global liquidity, I think one of the key constraints typically it's on the regulation side, and it tends to be around central banks. So, what advice would you give central banks? And that question is to each of you in terms of what the key requirements you think are needed to unblock this plumbing, so that when liquidity flows, it stays where it's needed, as opposed to leaving when stays when it's needed and leaves when it's not needed, effectively. Then maybe you can go first. Yeah.
Always dangerous giving central bank answers, but I'm very confident in giving this answer because I think some of the faces that I see in the front row are central banks that we're very much engaged on. I'm going to leave one very specific point. Tidy up netting enforceability, and that will unlock a lot of liquidity, and all of the central banks that I see in this room are actually actively working on that. We had a session on Tuesday with the Bank of Ghana around JIMRA and ISDA enforceability and netting. I know it's something that is very high on their agenda. If I'm to give a one-line answer, make netting enforceability something that works in your market, and you will unlock a lot of liquidity.
And for you?
So for me, one would be building the FX reserves, accumulating it, but with a little twist. Key being the discipline trigger. And I say so because I think most central banks are already accumulating reserves. What we tend to see, or the pattern we tend to see in our parts, is the situation around when to support and when not to. So the critical thing should be, what should that trigger be? And we must stick to it. Because we've seen so many stories where you build in good times, the tide turns, we get into panic mode, currency is sliding, we are quick to go to the market, we run out of ammunition, and then we slide down. So my key thing would be, let's stick to whatever the trigger is, even in this dire situation. And then we must ensure that the market is not looking for us to stop. We must know that the market is not looking at the central bank eliminating volatility. They are looking for predictability and some certainty, and that's what that would provide.
Sure. Thanks. Oh, Oliver, you.
I would say there are probably 5 pillars of structure that the central banks can put in place to help liquidity in the market. One's primary bond dealers. Second one is retapping benchmark bonds to increase liquidity and depth within those bonds and having as much in circulation as possible in as few bonds as possible. Thirdly, the existence of a liquid FX swap market, which keeps the oil in the engine flowing, which helps settlements, which helps borrowing. It helps. If there's a liquid market in FX swaps, then that means the money doesn't have to necessarily leave or enter through spot. Fourth one, is liquid repo markets. I think repos are very important to the liquidity of the market as well. Obviously, new issues are important, but then once that paper is in the circulation, liquidity of that paper, the moving of that paper, being able to use repos as a funding mechanism as well, because obviously we go through times in local markets where one minute we're long of cash, the market's long of cash, another minute the market's short of cash, and then you have periods of time when you have, mining payments and tax payments. These all affect the amount of cash in the system, and having more liquid products in the system to alleviate those times of short liquidity, I think, help the market. And the last one is having, from a fixed income perspective, as many market makers as possible. The more people making markets, the more liquidity, the tighter the spreads, the more attractive the market is to offshore players, the bigger the risks. And then with all these 5 factors, the money which flows into the emerging market, whether it be Ghana, Zambia, Nigeria, or Argentina, or any emerging market, the more attractive it is to stay and the easier it is for that money to consistently profit over time, the longer it's going to stay around.
Okay, Jamel?
I mean, my one piece of advice would be build that infrastructure now. It's way more expensive to do it in the middle of a crisis. The costs of doing it prior to a crisis are trivial in comparison. To build that material cushion. And the other piece is, as much as international flows can seemingly distort markets in good times, don't throw away those relationships. We need as many participants who are staying for longer periods of time as possible to ensure that liquidity stays within our countries.
Super. So no, thank you very much. We wanted to get through this quick, so we had enough time for questions. I think there haven't been any questions in the first session. So we have 3 more minutes, and we just want to open that to questions from anyone on the floor.
We'll take that as a compliment. Looks like we've covered everything.
Sure. So I can't see. It's a bit dark, so I can't really see. Okay. So if there aren't any questions, I just want to thank Jamel, Oliver, Ifwa, and Hugh. It's been a great discussion around liquidity. We've got some great insights around how to manage the plummet, from what the central bank needs to do, what corporates are doing, where the flows are, and how we put that all together. And I hope it's been a very entertaining session for all of you. I just want to thank you all for your attention, your time, and your patience, and welcome you again all to Ghana, and hope you have a great time. Yeah, thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, we have to. Yep.
You're done, right?
Okay. Let's put your hands together for this panel once again. We stand by for a group picture, then we have the ACI Ghana executive join them for the next picture. So executive, please hold on for now, let them take one, and then you join them for the next. Media, are we good? All right, executives, kindly join them.
Welcome to the Ghana vibe. Everybody feel alright. From New York down to Dubai. Now we dancing side by side. People coming from around different
Thank you very much. Thanks to the panel. Eric, thanks for keeping to time. We appreciate it. Thank you. All right. So the ACI World Congress happening right here in Accra, Ghana.
Really great.
You're very active on social media. On LinkedIn, it's ACI Ghana. There's the ACI World account. And we have other social media channels where we are available. You can find ACI_Ghana on Instagram, on Twitter, where all of the action is happening. You're likely to see your pictures out there as well. Feel free to repost. The hashtag is Accra 2026. So please, when we go out there, take a selfie with somebody, use our backdrops, experience the spaces, the African market to the exhibition area, and make sure you are letting the world hear about this event. The hashtag is Accra 2026. Say it with me. Hashtag. These guys are hungry. You guys need lunch. Let's take it again. Hashtag. All right. So over the next 45 minutes, we are going to take a break. This break enables you to network, to do some business. I told you about the app where you can get in touch with somebody. I'm sure you've already sent that message and you have that deal cooking at this moment. This is the 45-minute window that you can get that to happen. So we're going to take a break for the next 45 minutes, after which we will reconvene for panels 3, 4, and then the breakout session. Let's use this time to get some business done. Let's use this time to get refreshed. We'll call you in 45 minutes. And please, we are sticking to time. 45 minutes, we'll get back into this auditorium and get the program going. We want to use this opportunity to once again appreciate the First Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana for his presence. Please let's applaud him, Dr. Zachary Mumuni. We appreciate you so much. Thanks for making the time. And by extension, thanks to our title or our host partner, which is the Bank of Ghana, for their support for this program. Thank you so much. So we'll hold on. The First Deputy Governor would exit before we break for 45 minutes. Hello. Okay. So we'll have a special picture with the First Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana, together with the ACI FMA Executive and ACI Ghana Executive, after which we will have all the central bankers here present join them for the next picture. Please put your hands together to receive the First Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana, together with the ACI Ghana and ACI FMA Executive. Colleagues from guests, yes, all central bankers, Bank of Ghana and all the other central bankers we have here present, please kindly. Okay, so our guest central bankers, please join them, after which we'll have Bank of Ghana also join them. Understand we have representation from the Central Bank of Zambia here. We need you to join us. Mr. Galenton Wari joining us from Zimbabwe, from Zambia. Yes, join us. Please let's applaud them. Let's appreciate them even as they join. The Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana. The team from Bank of Ghana, kindly stand by. You join them for the next photo. Thank you. Okay, Bank of Ghana, please join them. The team from Bank of Ghana, kindly join them. Please, these are our host partners. Let's appreciate them. Let's give them a hand. The team from Bank of Ghana. Thank you so much. Let's smile, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you, ACI FMA, ACI Ghana, our governors, and the team from Bank of Ghana. Thank you so much.
To the Ghana vibe, everybody feel alright. From New York down to Dubai, now we dancing side by side. People coming from around, different voices, different sounds. One big family worldwide. Accra shining with pride. This no be regular conference. Global leaders in the dance. First time Ghana host the world. Let the energy explode. One rhythm, one people, one Africa, one vibe.
Please, let's use this opportunity to visit the exhibition booth. It's on the first floor. That's the main lobby floor. Let's pass by that side. Do experience the African markets as well. Note that tomorrow we are wearing our traditional outfit, so you need to get one from the African market if you do not already have one. We have a break for 45 minutes, after which we will reconvene for panel 3. See you soon. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Nobody goes down one place. Hey! Left foot, right foot. Turn around now. Hey! One love, one vibe. Financial Market Association worldwide. To the wall right now.
Nothing else, girl, you don't get any issue. Then I go hold you well, and I go do anything that you wish you. Me share my heart, so don't pay me for it. No one here say tomorrow, somebody else come take you for it. They do me lomo. This thing no be normal. Me no want to do more. Please don't give me trouble. You get do me lomo. This thing no be normal. It go be my lover.
Pick you up in the foreign, bring it on what is on
Bonnie and Clyde, babe. And all that you promised to show and tell me no time or soon when I'm right here. You and I together, see we go together. See me pose, you know I be and I will pose, you fly. Me say nah, nah. Life in with you, girl, me love it. Dying with you, tell them forever. I live, but me say nah, nah. Diamond rings in your body, darling, darling. Come find me.
Oh, you did do me lomo, lomo. This thing no be normal. You don't want to do more. Please don't give me trouble. You did do me lomo, lomo. This thing no be normal. It will be my lover. Will it be my lover?
Only you bad and fit my chest. Your back asset. You know they play my chumba rest. Me see my jolly. But no bata me kongo no. Baby kongo aso. You dey see am. Me no fit kill am for my head.
I need to know where you did. Oh yeah, send me all okay. Shabali girl no delay. Oh, my nest are not today. I need to know where you did. Send me all okay. Shabali girl no delay. Oh, my nest are not today.
Come to my da. Oh, excellent, excellent, oh, excellent. Excellent. You go put me for emergency. Shorty, excellent, excellent, oh, excellent. Excellent. You go put me for emergency.
Tell me I need you. You make a man feel in you. All I want is you. Oh yeah, tell me what I know feed do. I you. Whatever you want I go give you. Oh my baby boo. 247 girl I'm ready. Body set it. Go to my shit for my baby. Wanna do many things very crazy. Now she telling me say she be Jancy and she working Fendi. Pull up in a Benzy. Bum bum they offend me when she bend it. You go put me for it. I need to know what you did. Oh yeah, send me all okay. Shabali girl no delay. Oh, my nest are not today. I need to know what you did. Send me all okay. Shabali girl no delay. Oh, my nest are not today. Come to my da. Oh, excellent, excellent, oh, excellent. Excellent. You go put me for emergency. Shorty, excellent, excellent, excellent. Excellent. You go put me for emergency. Finally, I see your face. Ooh, oh my days. I've been out here looking for you for days. Ooh, I just want to say, my head, you take for my head. I know fit to reset, I know fit to connect. Waiting the your back, say make a defend. I know fit to defend, even if I play defense. Yeah. I won't comport myself, I can't. I fall for you, down flat. I fall for you, down flat. Yeah. Go go. No, you bad. I swear, you bad. I swear, you bad. No, give me long thing, something wicked there for your body now. Oh no.
booth. Okay, Loris Africa is a licensed FX FI brokerage firm in Ghana. And what we do is we do more of interbank transactions. And so we came to connect with more of our interbank counterparties and to see any opportunities we can get across Africa, because that's our aim this year. We want to scale not only within the African market, to be precise, because we have some discussion ongoing with the European market, the Asian market. Okay, let me just keep the rest.
Wow, these guys are doing fantastic stuff. Guys, you want to have a conversation with the guys at Loris Africa Desk, see what you could do, see what offerings they have for you and how you can partner and do business with the guys. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy the Congress. Beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at Ghana International Bank booth. Am I right? Awesome. Who do I have here? All right, we're at Ghana International Bank. I see a vibrant young man and a lady here. Tell me, who's this?
So my name is Robert Akono. I work with the financial institutions team in GHIB in the Accra office.
Oh, beautiful. And who do I have here? Lady, tell me who you are.
Pearl.
Okay, so this is Pearl. I've seen Pearl before. Anyway, okay, so tell me, what are your offerings here at GIB Desk?
So our main activity is to provide correspondent banking services to our customers in West Africa, and also intermediate international trade finance with our downstream customers in Ghana and outside Africa as well.
Okay, so in the room downstairs, we have a lot of institutions there. We have banks, we have broker-dealer institutions, and who are you expecting at your booth?
So we are expecting financial institutions within Ghana, outside Ghana, who want to engage in correspondent banking services with GHIB, and we invite them to our booth to come see the wide array of products and services we have on offer.
Awesome. Come see the wide array of products and services they have to offer. Visit GHIB. They are in the Capitol room upstairs, the very extreme end. You'll see GHIB. You'll not miss it. Their signage is here beautifully. See a vibrant young one and a lady here. Thank you, gentlemen. And thank you, lady. Have a good one.
Have a conversation.
Here you go. All right, so I'm here at Credstone. Credstone, tell me your name.
Isaac.
Okay, so I have Isaac. He smells, says Isaac. All right, Isaac, tell me, what are you offering and why should people visit your booth?
Oh, absolutely. So we're Credstone Technologies. We're here launching our flagship product. It's called Argus. It's a fraud and AML monitoring platform. In real time, monitors transactions, flags suspicious transactions, and even helps you flag those reports for BO.
Really?
Absolutely, yeah. This is a AI-powered software. It's a state-of-the-art platform, world class.
I hope it's not going to break people's budgets.
Absolutely not. Very affordable. It's built for Ghanaian organizations.
It's built for Ghanaian organizations, I see. So who are you expecting to visit your booth?
Banks, regulators, fintechs, anybody in the financial services industry, you will find a lot of value here. We have other products as well, but Argus, the fraud system, is our flagship product that we're launching here right now.
Awesome. I wish you a very, very good time here at the 64th ACI World Congress, and I hope that you get to interact with some very key people who would patronize your product. All right, enjoy. Have a good one. I was going to come anyways. All right. What's it called? Surya?
Yes, Surya, CWG.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're here at CWG Ghana and Surya. I'm going to have a beautiful lady here. Tell me exactly what's going on at her desk. Lady, my name is Steven. What are you?
My name is Beatrice Garvey.
Beatrice Garvey. Beatrice, tell me, I see maximize risk and maximize returns. What are we maximizing from your desk?
Okay, thank you. Like I mentioned, my name is Beatrice and I work with CWG, which is a Pan-African ICT company. And then we provide IT infrastructure, managed services, cloud services, and software solutions as well. And today, CWG is partnering with Surya, which is a fintech that provides enterprise software for financial risk management for the financial institutions, and not just limited to the financial institutions. We are opening up now, but basically the financial institutions.
So you're expecting all the financial institutions gathered here today to visit your booth?
Yes, of course, because we are here to give them a portfolio of solutions across data analytics, assets liability management, and liquidity, what have you.
I see. Tell me, how has the Congress been for you so far?
So far, so good. I am actually impressed that there's a platform like this exists to help businesses like ours showcase that we are actually pushing for digital transformation. So,
awesome. I wish you all the best. Enjoy the Congress. All right. So we're here at the National Banking College booth, and I have with me here Ajeli. Ajeli is going to tell us why you should come to the Banking College. But Ajeli, tell me.
Okay, so we are here representing the National Banking College, and we are the first institution in Ghana licensed, if I can put it that way, to offer financial training services to all the banks and financial institutions in Ghana. Over the years, we've built capacity to train even other organizations. So all your training needs, corporate governance, customer experience, HR, treasury, risk, anything you can think of, just come to the National Banking College.
Looks like you have everything covered, isn't it?
Everything for you. And we are partnered with Biabam Pro. My colleague is here, Mark, who will speak about the partnership, because we believe in delivering value to our customers. So you don't come to the college to learn theory. We want to practicalize whatever you learn, and Biabam is here to help us in that regard. So, Mark.
They are here to deliver both theory and practical hands-on experience. Mark, tell me, what do you have to offer?
So we were excited to be asked by the Central Bank to help the college give a real live simulated training experience of what it'd be like to actually work and train on an actual FX trading platform, a treasury platform. So we worked intensively with NAR and the college, and very excitedly with some of the banks, to build an FX trading banking simulation platform. And today I learned that some of the banks would like to stream live prices into this, so they get a real feel of a live market but simulated trading. So when they come to the college, they really do get as close as possible to a real-time experience in learning, practical hands-on training with a really live marketplace.
Also, sounds very interesting and very, very exciting. So your invitation to the banks is to come to see who? NAR?
Come to see NAR, join the training, and get a live experience of what it's like to trade and have some fun while you do it. So, I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? Enjoy, and get the passion from them.
Mark says come and enjoy, have fun whilst you also learn. Amazing times. Guys, are you enjoying the Congress so far?
Really good, really good. It's been really well organized, I have to say. It's been fantastic.
It's been really well organized.
Yes, we are happy to partner.
They're happy to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy yourselves. Hi, and we are here at the Societe Generale booth. I have with me some beautiful ladies and a gentleman, very tall gentleman. Tell me, my name is Stephen, what's yours?
I'm Joseph Ricketts.
Joseph?
Georgette.
Joseph Georgette, okay. All right, so tell me, why should we come to your booth?
Honestly, there's one thing that we are really selling. That is our ESG products.
Your ESG, tell me about.
So we are looking at financing in a sustainable way. So anything that becomes green, anything green is something that we are really pushing currently.
Anything that's green. So if I dye my hair green?
Actually, no.
I was just joking. So tell me, what other offerings are you displaying here today, and why should we come talk to you?
Okay, so before I move to the other offerings, in line with what he was saying with the ESG, we're actually giving you facilities, reduced rates to get electric vehicles.
Reduced rates?
We are saving the environment, aren't we? Yes. So we have solar panels too. We are providing funds for that, for your home, for your businesses. So we have a lot of green products like he mentioned. And we are currently doing a mega loans promo. So we say big loans, low rates.
Says take big loans and low rates. That is SG.
We have a very interesting one, which is the SG Woman product. So it's facility for women-owned businesses that have majority of about 30+% of the senior management being women, or even if you have more than 50% of your employees as women, we give you facilities. We provide business advisory services, all literally free.
Wow, this is very interesting, guys. You need to visit the SG Ghana booth right up here in the Capitol and have an amazing chat with them. They have some very beautiful and wonderful offerings for you. Thank you, guys. Enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with Team NIB. Guys, are you enjoying the Congress so far? Tell me.
Yes, indeed. This has given us the opportunity to interact with a lot more people from all over the world. We've interacted with a few vendors out there. They've told us about their products. We have done same, and we've gotten a lot of souvenirs as well. We have been sharing, we have been receiving as well. We actually represent the NIB team, and we are from the Treasury Department. So global markets or financial markets, if you like to. Yeah. And I'd like to do a few introductions here as well. Yeah, so that's our immediate boss in the person of Osman Achulo. That's my colleague right there, Carl. And this is Juliet. I am Natasha. And this is Etonam. So we are a formidable team representing NIB.
She said they are a formidable team representing NIB. Guys, you want to come talk to the formidable team from NIB, see what offerings they have for you, and have an amazing time with them. Guys, thank you so much. Enjoy the Congress. Okay, so we're here at Integral, and I have some two vibrant young men here. I'm not too sure how young they are, but I'm sure they're very young. All right, tell me. Oh, you don't feel it? Oh, tell me.
Oh, no, it's okay. It's a long way, but very, very happy to be here. We are doing a lot of work. Over the last few years, we've really grown our business in the Middle East and in the Africa region. So this is a great opportunity to really connect with some of the partners that we've already, partnerships that we've built over here over the last couple of years, and hopefully meet a lot more.
Also meet a lot more. So we're inviting people to visit your booth so you can make some more partnerships. But tell me, what are your main offerings?
So we are a FX technology platform. So it's an end-to-end workflow solution covering access to markets, liquidity, aggregation, the price engine to create your bespoke pricing for your customers, distribution, connect your pricing to your customers however they want to receive that pricing. So we can provide white label trading applications, or we can connect APIs, or whatever the workflow is that the customer wants to trade on. We just make it easier for the banks here to access their customers. And then we give a suite of tools to help you manage risk and sort of understand your business better, really. So it's the whole end-to-end workflow, open up international markets for the local markets, and also provide a seamless way for the local banks to trade with their customers.
Oh, this sounds very exciting. Guys, you want to visit the Integral booth here at the Capitol and have a conversation. There's two young men. Your name again is?
My name is Matthew Avery.
Matthew.
Yeah, Managing Director for Integral across the EMEA region.
Okay, so come talk to Matthew at the Integral booth. He has very fantastic things to show you. He's talking about some solutions for FX markets, price distributions, and all of that. You may want to talk to Matthew, and I'm sure he has some very good and exciting things to show you. Thank you, Matthew. I wish you all the best. Are you enjoying the Congress, though?
Having a great time, yes. Although I'm hungry, I'm waiting for the food.
The food is going to come in very soon. Enjoy. All right, have a good one.
Every beat it back, I beat it back. For your tundra, I be fitter. No need to play games with these two balls for your back. We have be proved here if you far. If she press play, you know if you press pause. What she do with the on let's go. Charlie, body protection be like a first course. Cause you know two or to select us. You see the girl in back. If I get for my yard. Charlie, they do not too big. You they watch very cool, she did Gialanta. But then when she started work sharp. I just say come for me no. Charlie, if I get a one-on-one where nobody comes, she go scream, oh my God. Nation. Your back and light to my popo. What did they do me? I don't know. Why you go send me? I go. Cause I think you they carry girl be bogos. Your back and light to my popo. What did they do me? I don't know. Why you go send me? I go. Cause I think you they carry girl be bogos. You see the girl in back. If I get for my yard. Charlie, they do not too big. You they watch very cool, she did Gialanta.
You are my favorite story. I know if you tell how this going, but I know it'll serve its purpose. You're like a story I lived before. You understand me till you don't. I've been here before. I know they use my heart no more. I choose to use my head. I learn my lesson.
All right, hi, you're welcome to the 64th ACI World Congress here at the beautiful Kempinski Gold Coast City, Accra. Tell us who you are, where you're from.
We are from the Bank of Ghana, the Gold Management Office.
All right, beautiful. So I see some things displayed on your desk. Just tell us what it is and where we can get some from.
So these are the Ghana gold coins, and they come in 3 denominations. We have the 1 ounce, we have the half ounce, and we have the quarter ounce. And the prices of these ounces change on a daily basis. We publicize the prices on the Bank of Ghana website on a daily basis. So please reach out to us anytime you want to find out more about the Ghana gold coin.
All right, let me find out from you. So anybody at all can just purchase the gold coin. Do you need any criteria? Do you need any requirement to be able to purchase gold coin?
Yeah, so basically you should hold an account with any of the commercial banks and you should be fine to go.
Awesome, awesome. So this is the desk of the central bank and they've displayed beautiful gold coins here. These are real gold and she's mentioned that they are denominated in 3 currencies, 1 ounce and what? Half ounce and a quarter ounce, and the prices are displayed on the Bank of Ghana website on a daily basis. Feel free, get on the BOG website, get the prices, and I'm sure you can reach out to any commercial bank that is selling these gold coins and you can buy. Thank you so much. Enjoy. Let's go to Capital. So your account. All right, so we're approaching another exhibition center. This is GCB Bank, your bank for life. Hi, my name is Steven. What's yours?
I'm Charity.
This is Charity. Charity, tell us, what should people expect from your exhibition?
Well, so you know, GCB is bigger and better.
GCB is bigger and better, she says.
And GCB is open for more partnerships when it comes to investments. I mean, we are the best. I don't want to say the best, but we are actually the most welcoming bank with the right FX solutions. We now have a new baby, and that's the Afro-Asia baby. We are looking at...
Oh, you have a new baby called the Afro-Asia baby. Wow, never heard that.
So that's doing business in Ghana and doing business in Africa and doing business in China, or basically Asia.
Okay, okay. So you're expecting the participants to come over, and what are some of your offerings?
So here we have GCB Capital for you. We are talking about access to about 80% of your salary coming through GCB. We can offer you salary advance on our mobile app. I'm sure you've seen our mobile app.
I have seen it. It's fantastic.
Fantastic, and that's one of a kind. You can do a lot on the mobile app. You can actually do your internet transactions as well. You can go to your... You can also pick your mobile app and do things like expenses. You can monitor your cash flows, your statements. You don't need to call any RM or call any branch for your transactions anytime.
Oh, you can do that all by yourself on the mobile app?
On your own, in the comfort of your home.
That's beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, GCB Bank is expecting you at the exhibition center. They're open and they have very fantastic solutions to share with you. Please visit them. They are, I think, about the 4th or the 5th exhibition point. All right, what do we have here? SGX FX. Awesome, SGX. My name is Steven. What's yours?
James, but we're going to do this slightly differently.
All right, tell me about it.
Okay, so we're going to do head of Africa, Sakana.
Okay.
He's going to talk about the technology stack, and I'm going to talk about anonymous liquidity for the frontier markets. So
beautiful. All right, so tell me.
Good day, sir. How are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
Good, good. Thank you.
Beautiful. So tell me about SGFX.
So I'm Sokana Kaza, and I represent SGXFX. We provide a couple of services for FX markets. So we have a platform for takers, which we call BitFX, and that's basically for taking liquidity in the market. We service a broad aspect of clients, so asset managers, banks, hedge funds, and so on, right? And then we have a sell-side platform, which we call MaxTrader.
So a sell-side platform.
Sell-side platform that's aimed directly to more your banks and brokers.
Okay.
So this basically allows you to create and construct prices and distribute to your network of clients, right, via an API. So you can leverage our white label solution so that you can sort of give your clients direct access to your liquidity. Alternatively, via our distribution network, you can also connect to various other platforms that your clients have access to.
So that sounds like a lot is happening at SGFX, guys. You need to be here yourself to experience what's happening at SGFX. These guys have so much to show you. I'm inviting you to their booth. Oh, you want to talk to me? All right, let's go.
I'm speaking to.
Okay, talk to me.
So SGX is. Am I talking to the mic or talking to the
No, you're
camera?
talking to me. Let's go.
I'm talking. Yeah. So SGX, we're a Singapore Stock Exchange. We understand frontier markets. My job is to build communities for frontier markets. So whether it's Cedi, whether it's Nigerian Naira, South African Rand, we've got this anonymous hub that you can plug into and trade anonymously from a foreign exchange perspective. We're the largest ECN in Asia, so we understand financial markets and foreign exchange frontier markets very, very well. Thanks for your time, really do.
Wow, this sounds amazing, guys. Make your way to the exhibition center and visit SGFX booth. They have fantastic things to show you. Awesome. Tell me who we have here. Now, this is Bloomberg. Someone says Bloomberg needs no introduction, man. But yeah, we're here. Bloomberg is also represented at our exhibition center, and you need to visit Bloomberg. Have a conversation with Bloomberg, and they'll tell you the fantastic solutions they have for you. I see with me Tadua. He's my very good friend. Tadua, tell me, how are you experiencing the conference so far?
No, really enjoying the conference. Really enjoying the warm hospitality of Ghana. Happy to be here.
Awesome. We don't get it wrong with hospitality. We always spot on. Now, we have quite a number of institutions gathered in this room. Who are you expecting to see at this desk?
So this is Bloomberg. We are a financial technology company. Been operating since the 90s and operating in Ghana for the last 10, 15 years. We are a portfolio management trading solution, and someone can essentially view global markets, track global markets, and trade in global markets on our platform.
Fantastic. Bloomberg has so much to show you, and you don't want to miss this. The booth here at the exhibition center. Make your way up to the Capitol room and look for Bloomberg and have a conversation with Tadua. He has a lot to share with you. Thank you, Tadua. Enjoy the Congress. Oh, let's do it. All right, let me go this way.
You want me to stand?
All right, no, that's all right. You can sit down. That's all right. It's all right. Okay, my name is Stephen. Tell me yours.
Stephen, I'm Albert Blackburn. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Albert. So what do we have? This is London Stock Exchange, am I right? Okay, so we have so many participants in the room. Tell me what they should expect from this booth.
Well, the London Stock Exchange, we today are representing the LSEC FX applications and suites of products, and we look after pre-trade, trade, and post-trade applications.
Pre-trade, trade, and post-trade transactions. All right.
So how should people trade? Who should they trade with? And then afterwards, how to make sure that those trades are managed accordingly within their institutions.
All right. So were you expecting people to come sign up with LSEG?
Well, we have a lot of partners and clients here already, and it's always great to come and say hi to obviously new banks as they appear in Ghana and beyond.
Okay, so there are lots of people you've been dealing with. You haven't seen the faces, so you're hoping they come see you, isn't it?
We hope so, yes.
Enjoy the Congress. Let's go this way. So this is 360T?
Yes.
Or Dutch bottle? 360T. 360T, okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're here at 360T. Who do I have here?
Ryan Tolman.
Ryan, my name is Stephen. How are you?
I'm great, thanks, Stephen. How are you doing?
Doing fantastic. Are you enjoying the Congress so far?
Yeah, it's been very good. Very good so far.
Tell me about it.
Well, we've got a decent bit of foot traffic. It's my first time in Accra, so I'm enjoying seeing the city and the people. It's been quite good so far.
Oh, your first time in Accra. Are you going to come back?
Of course.
All right, tell me, what are you offering here on your exhibition booth? This is 360T. I see Dutch Bosche Group. Tell me, why should people come here?
Well, you come here if you want a technology solution for foreign exchange. So as part of the Deutsche Börse Group, we offer the full technology stack from price creation, distribution, white label to API-driven trading, all the way through to simple execution for the bank side. But our client sets range globally. Head offices in New York, London, Frankfurt, and Singapore. We are one of the largest venues in the world.
Oh, fantastic. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to, guys, you need to visit the 360T. They have so much solutions to show you. They have very innovative stuff that they want you to sign on to. Visit the booth here at the Exhibition Center at the Capitol and make sure to speak to, what's the name again?
Ryan.
Speak to Ryan, and he has fantastic things to tell you. Thank you, Ryan. Enjoy the day.
Thanks very much.
Lawrence, come on, it depends on the conversation. So something short. All right, guys, I'm here with Lawrence Africa. Tell me, who do I have here?
All right, so I'm Richard, senior FX trader for Lawrence Africa.
Yeah, he says he's senior FX trader Africa. Oh, beautiful. And you are?
Esther Nate, senior equity and FI trader.
Oh, these guys are senior guys over here. Now, tell me, what do you have here, and why should people come to Lawrence Africa booth?
Okay, Lawrence Africa is a licensed FX FI brokerage firm in Ghana. And what we do is we do more of interbank transactions. And so we came to connect with more of our interbank counterparties and to see any opportunities we can get across Africa, because that's our aim this year. We want to scale not only within the African market, to be precise, because we have some discussion ongoing with the European market, the Asian market. Okay, let me just keep the rest.
Wow, these guys are doing fantastic stuff. Guys, you want to have a conversation with the guys at Lawrence Africa desk, see what you could do, see what offerings they have for you and how you can partner and do business with them. Guys, thank you so much. I hope you enjoy the Congress. Beautiful. All right, we're at Ghana International Bank. I see a vibrant young man and a lady here. Tell me, who's this?
So my name is Robert Akono. I work with the financial institutions team in GHIB in the Accra office.
Oh, beautiful. And who do I have here? Lady, tell me who you are.
I'm Pearl.
Okay, so this is Pearl. I've seen Pearl before. Anyway. Okay, so tell me, what are your offerings here at GIB desk?
So our main activity is to provide correspondent banking services to our customers in West Africa, and also intermediate international trade finance with our downstream customers in Ghana and outside Africa as well.
Okay, so in the room downstairs, we have a lot of institutions there. We have banks, we have broker-dealer institutions. And who are you expecting at your booth?
So we are expecting financial institutions within Ghana, outside Ghana, who want to engage in correspondent banking services with GHIB, and we invite them to our booth to come see the wide array of products and services we have on offer.
Awesome. Come see the wide array of products and services they have to offer. Visit GHIB. They are in the Capitol room upstairs, the very extreme end. You'll see GHIB. You'll not miss it. Their signage is here beautifully. See a vibrant young one and a lady here. Thank you, gentlemen. And thank you, lady. Have a good one.
What do you want us to say? No, we'll have a conversation. What? We'll have a conversation. Have a conversation.
Here you go. All right, so I'm here at Credstone. Credstone, tell me your name.
Isaac.
Okay, so I have Isaac. He smells. He's Isaac. All right, Isaac, tell me, what are you offering and why should people visit your booth?
Oh, absolutely. So we're Credstone Technologies. We're here launching our flagship product. It's called Argus. It's a fraud and AML monitoring platform. In real time, monitors transactions, flags suspicious transactions, and even helps you flag those reports for BO.
Really?
Absolutely, yeah. This is a AI-powered software. It's a state-of-the-art platform, world class.
I hope it's not going to break people's budgets.
Absolutely not. Very affordable. It's built for Ghanaian organizations.
It's built for Ghanaian organizations, I see. So who are you expecting to visit your booth?
Banks, regulators, fintechs, anybody in the financial services industry. You will find a lot of value here. We have other products as well, but Argus, the fraud system, is our flagship product that we're launching here right now.
Awesome. I wish you a very, very good time here at the 64th ACI World Congress, and I hope that you get to interact with some very key people who would patronize your product. All right, enjoy. Have a good one. I was going to come anyways. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're here at CWG Ghana and Surrey. I'm going to have a beautiful lady here. Tell me exactly what's going on at her desk. Lady, my name is Steven. What are yours?
My name is Beatrice Gavi.
Beatrice Gavi. Beatrice, tell me, I see maximize risk and maximize returns. What are we maximizing from your desk?
Okay, thank you. Like I mentioned, my name is Beatrice and I work with CWG, which is a Pan-African ICT company. And then we provide IT infrastructure, managed services, cloud services, and software solutions as well. And today, CWG is partnering with Suya, which is a fintech that provides enterprise software for financial risk management for the financial institutions, and not just limited to the financial institutions. We are opening up now, but basically the financial institutions.
So you're expecting all the financial institutions gathered here today to visit your booth?
Yes, of course, because we are here to give them a portfolio of solutions across data analytics, assets, liability management, and liquidity, what have you.
I see. Tell me, how has the Congress been for you so far?
So far, so good. I am actually impressed that there's a platform like this exists to help businesses like ours showcase that we are actually pushing for digital transformation. So,
Awesome. I wish you all the best. Enjoy the Congress.
Thank you.
Discussions, kindly get back into the auditorium. Let's resume our seats. We go live in 3 minutes. Protocol team, kindly call the delegates to get back into the auditorium. Protocol team, kindly assist to call all delegates back into the auditorium. We go live in 3 minutes. Make them. We resume panel discussions in 2 minutes. We urge all delegates outside to kindly get back into the auditorium. Protocol team, kindly move towards the exhibition area, kindly move towards the African market, and call all delegates back into the auditorium. We are resuming in 2 minutes.
Financial Market Association. Africa, we there. Welcome to the Ghana vibe. Everybody feel alright. From New York down to Dubai. Now we dancing side by side. People coming from around. Different voices, different sounds. One big family worldwide. Accra shining with pride. This no be regular conference. Global leaders in the dance. First time Ghana host the world. Let the energy explode.
The ACI World Congress is happening right here in the heart of Ghana, Accra, on the 21st and 22nd of May 2026 at Kempinski Hotel. Join us as we explore new horizons, foster global partnerships, and drive the future of the global financial markets. Save the date, save your seat. Final registrations are ongoing on the website www.cra2026.com. See you there.
ACI Palestine, we are here. ACI Lebanon, we are here. Accra 2026, ACI London, we are here.
People coming side by side. Africa, we full of life. Hands up to the sky. Step one, slide. Step two, glide. Everybody catch the vibe. Africa worldwide. Step one, slide. Step two, glide. Accra city full of life.
2026, and Ghana is hosting the ACI World Congress this year. We are happy to welcome you to Africa and happy to welcome you to
As ACI Zambia, we are excited to be part of this monumental occasion to expose Africa to the world.
ACI Zambia Chalo, Ghana to see.
It's time for Africa.
Yeah, it's not a secret. Ghana is hosting. Yes. Ghana Kuchalo, Zambia got you.
Zambia Kuchalo, Ghana Kuchalo, Africa to the world.
Obake, where's the law?
Aquaba, oh sister, I know be your brider. Accra, Ghana to the world. ACI 2026. Financial Market Association. Africa, we there. Future Everybody feel alright from New York down to Dubai. Now we dancing side by side. People coming from around. Different voices, different sounds. One big family worldwide. Accra shining with pride. This no be regular conference. Global leaders in the dance. First time gonna host the world. Accra to the world right now. Future bright, we feel alright. Dance left, dance right. People coming side by side. Africa, we full of life. Hands up to the sky. Step one, slide. Step two, glide. Everybody catch the vibe. Africa worldwide. Step one, slide. Step two, glide.
So they are here. Okay. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be resuming the sessions shortly. We have panel 3 and panel 4 happening right after we resume, and then we'll have the breakout session. My name is Prince Dagadu, and I've been your MC. I'll continue to be your MC until we end this program for today. Very soon we'll be having the third panel for today, the panel discussing balancing profits, purpose, and people. Before I go into introducing our panelists, please, I'll still call for all those outside to kindly move back into the auditorium so we can continue with the program. We continue to acknowledge our sponsors, our host partner, the Bank of Ghana, who have been very, very supportive of this program. They have a stand outside where they are displaying some of the gold coin. Please do all to pass through during the break and check them out. Well, I can tell you it's not investment advice, but some people have benefited from it, so you can check it out. Thank you. We also acknowledge our other sponsors who have been on, the gold sponsors, our silver sponsors, and bronze sponsors as well. We have among us our gold sponsors being Fidelity Bank, Plurido, Mashrek, Stanbic Bank Ghana Limited, and GCB Bank PLC. Our silver sponsors include LSEG and Bloomberg. Bronze, we have Societe Generale Ghana SG, SGX, Continental Capital Markets, CWG Syria, 360T, GT Co, and Loros Africa. We have also been blessed with the partnership of the Ghana International Bank, GHIB, Frontclear, the United Arab Emirates Financial Markets Association, ABSA Ghana, NIB, ACI UK, Integral, Credstone, GSE, the Ghana Stock Exchange, the Ghana Tourism Development Company, Templars, FinCap, CBG, Consolidated Bank of Ghana, 6 Degrees, National Banking College, Sapon Capital, Savvy Securities, and Prudential Bank. Please, let's appreciate our sponsors. Let's put our hands together for our sponsors and partners. Okay, so we'll have a bit of a musical interlude, after which I'll come back and introduce our panel for the next session. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the Ghana vibe. Everybody feel alright. From New York down to Dubai. Now we dancing side by side. People coming from around. Different voices, different sounds. One big family worldwide. Accra shining with pride. This no be regular conference. Global leaders in the dance. First time gonna host the world. Let the energy explode. One rhythm, one people, one Africa, one vibe, one rhythm, one people, one Africa, one vibe. Accra to the world right now. Future bright, we feel alright.
Big ideas filling the air. Markets moving everywhere. Now we dancing without care. South Africa did it first. Now it's Ghana turn to burst. From the beaches to the streets. Feel the rhythm, feel the heat. Everybody move your feet. Feel the Ghana energy. When the love drums start to play, nobody go stand one place. Left foot, right foot, turn around now. One love, one vibe. Financial Market Association worldwide. Right now. Accra to the world, worldwide. Everybody feel the vibe. One people, one life. SDI worldwide. Accra to the world, worldwide. Everybody feel the vibe. One people, one life. SDI worldwide. Accra, Ghana, Africa to the world. Ghana to the world. Oh, no. Accra to the world right now. Future bright, we feel alright. Dance left, dance right. People coming side by side. Africa, we full of life. Hands up to the sky. Step one, slide. Step two, glide. Everybody catch the vibe. Africa worldwide. Step one, slide. Step two, glide. Accra city full of light. ACI worldwide. Welcome to the Ghana vibe. Everybody feel alright. From New York down to Dubai. Now we dancing side by side. People coming from around. Different voices, different sounds. One big family worldwide. Accra shining with pride. This no be regular conference. Global leaders in the dance. First time Ghana host the world. Let the energy explode. One rhythm, one people, one Africa, one vibe, one rhythm, one people, one Africa, one vibe. Accra to the world right now. Future bright, we feel alright. Dance left, dance right. People coming side by side. Africa, we full of life. Hands up to the sky. Finance people everywhere. Big ideas filling the air. Markets moving everywhere. Now we dancing without care. South Africa.
First so me want na me chiga anachi. Girl, you find out pass your picture. Oh Lord, go give me a banana. Couldn't Mona Lisa for my peace. I dey see you for my future.
Thank you, Mr. DJ.
DJ.
Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We urge all those seated at the back to kindly move forward so we can get to the next session going. We want to fill up the seats in front so we can continue with the sessions. So those at the back, kindly join us in front so we can have the next panel discussion. Our next panel is the third of the day. This panel is going to be discussing a very important topic of balancing profits, purpose, and people. As the markets evolve towards greater digitalization and integration, the definition of success in financial markets continues to shift, and it's no longer measured by profits alone, but by how institutions align commercial performance with social responsibility and human impact. To lead the next panel, I'm glad to call our moderator, who is the partner and head of strategy and transactions at EY Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Alice Osei Okra. Let's hear it for Alice, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Welcome, Alice. So I'll go on to introduce our panelists as well. Chairman of the Arab African Investment Holdings Co., President of ACI Egypt. Please let's hear it for Omar Khattab. You're welcome, Omar. Our next panelist is the Head of Financial Markets at Citibank Uganda and President of ACI Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for David Kamugisha. You're welcome, David. And the final panelist for panel 3 is the Managing Director of Consolidated Bank Ghana, CBG. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's hear it for Dr. Naomi Walali Kwete. Okay, so we'll have our moderator set the ball rolling and we'll get this discussion set.
Panelist is Rosebella Mensah Okante. So if you can please join us. Please, can you give her a round of applause as she comes through. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to this panel conversation. Before we go in, I'll crave your indulgence to ride on existing protocols established to deliver brief opening remarks before we go in. It is a great pleasure to welcome you to this important session on balancing profit, purpose, and people at this year's Congress. As we gather together, we are reminded that the financial industry is evolving beyond traditional metrics of success. Whilst profitability remains a fundamental goal, it is increasingly clear that sustainable success requires a broader perspective, one that integrates purpose and people at its core. Balancing profit with purpose means redefining value beyond mere financial returns to include social impact, environmental stewardship, and ethical responsibility. It calls for financial institutions and key players in the ecosystem to lead with integrity, embedding ethical leadership and strong corporate governance in every decision we make. Equally important is the focus on people, our employees, customers, and the communities in which we operate. Fostering inclusive workplace cultures that prioritize well-being, diversity, and engagement not only enhances productivity, but also builds trust and loyalty. This session will explore these key dimensions and how they can collectively drive growth, strengthen stakeholder trust, and create lasting value. We are privileged this afternoon to have a panel of esteemed experts, and we are also very fortunate we have different countries. So we have Omar from Egypt, we have David from Uganda, and then we have Rosebella from Ghana. So ladies and gentlemen, a warm clap for the panel as we delve into the session today. And before we go into any questions, I would like them to introduce themselves, a bit more context, the organizations they represent. We have presidents of ACI in some of the jurisdictions, so they'll throw more context and introduce themselves. Thank you. So Omar, we'll start with you.
My name is Omar Khattab. I am the chairman of Arab African Investment Holding, the investment arm of Arab African International Bank in Cairo. I used to work for Arab African for 25 years in the treasury and the FI group head. Before that, I worked for almost 15 years with Arab International Bank in Cairo and Bahrain, responsible for the dealing room. Also, I am a board member at National Bank of Egypt, which is the largest bank in Egypt with its number of branches, number of clients, number of employees. It's #1 in Egypt, and I'm heading the audit committee. Also, I am a board member at the Egypt Post and heading the investment committee. Also, I am the treasurer and a board member at a non-profitable organization, which is specialized in raising funds for unneeded citizens in health and education, and I am the treasurer there. Also, I am heading the ACI Egypt in Cairo.
Thank you very much, Omar. Rosbella, if you can take
Thank you,
a brief
Alice.
introduction.
I'm Rosbella Mensah Kante, with over 25 years experience in banking operations, liquidity management, asset and liability management. I currently serve the divisional head for global markets at Consolidated Bank Ghana Limited, a wholly owned Ghanaian bank, fostering economic growth through partnership with the government of Ghana. Prior to this, I have held several roles in the treasury space and a staunch member of the ACI Ghana. I lead the global markets of CBG, providing strategic leadership for the bank's treasury and financial markets. It's a pleasure to be here today as we deliberate on the topic at stake. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosbella. Omar, can you please introduce yourself? David.
Okay. Good afternoon, all. I hope you had a pleasant lunch. David Kamugisha, President ACI Uganda. Glad to see some faces in the room. I serve at Citibank as the head of markets and country treasurer. And I have an experience of over 15 years within the East African markets, covering risk management, financial markets, trading activity, and liquidity management. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much. So the first question, will go to Omar. As we indicated, in current terms or in recent times, companies are not only being measured based on profitability. We are looking at people, we are looking at purpose, we are looking at profit. So how does your organization, when you introduce yourself, extensive experience, as a chairman, as AIC president, how does these organizations you represent, what is their thinking, beyond profit? How do they impact, so that it's not just profit, but how do they create value, in bringing people along as well?
Actually, I was very much lucky that I worked with a CEO who had this vision earlier in the 2000s, where we worked together, and he had the initiative of founding a new organization, non-profitable organization. At that time, it was 2004, between ourselves as staff members in the bank, and then we made it a separate body. He allocated percentage of the profits, net profits, to be allocated to this foundation, which was really a good initiative. Up till now, it's still going on, and it's making marvelous projects and in the health, especially for the citizens that doesn't have the capabilities to spend on health issues, and for education as well, which are the main pillars in the society. Yes. So actually, we work as volunteers, and this actually, it's very, very much, I'm proud of it in this area.
All right. Thank you very much, Omar, for that context setting. I think the next question will come to Ross Bella. We all know that profit is very key in terms of sustaining any organization. So how do we balance the short-term nature, of profit? We call like the dichotomy of the short-termism as against long-term value. So in your view and where you sit with CBG, how do you manage that short-term aspect of, being profitable for key stakeholders, for shareholders, as against the long-term value horizon that we're looking at?
Thank you, Alice. I would say that CBG totally understand the short-term profits are important. However, we prioritize long-term sustainability growth by incorporating the ESG principles in our business strategy, and we continuously assess how our financial practices impact not just our bottom line, but of course, the communities we serve. This ensures that our growth today does not compromise future opportunities for our stakeholders.
Right, so ESG is very, very key. And when we talk about, bringing people in, bringing purpose and not just financial metrics, we also understand that there are challenges, that comes with all this. So, David, from where you sit, what are some of the biggest challenges, when it comes to, in terms of implementing a sustainable or bringing in blended financing, to make sure that all these stakeholders, as Rose Bella indicated, their interests are represented? What are some of the biggest challenges you see in your market, Uganda, when it comes to sustainability implementation?
Thanks, Alice. I think it goes without saying that there are several challenges. To start off is the contradicting requirements at times between the long-term participants or stakeholders and then the short-term requirements. As financial institutions, short-term revenue requirements are necessary to ensure sustainability of organizations. But over a longer term, I think it's important to consider the social element as it stands. So currently the challenge is around how do we synchronize the short-term needs to keep the companies going strong, as well as the long-term benefits that accrue from these social projects. The other then comes to reporting, right? A social project takes anywhere between 10 to 25 years. How do you consistently report the value that is accruing from those projects? And I think banks do struggle to measure across different sectors the value that accretes from these projects. And that presents a strong challenge. The third really is the consistency around regulatory requirements. I think over the past 4 or 5 years, even longer, we've seen regulatory requirements around disclosures. These do not tend to cut across in a consistent manner. So you will find that tiering is introduced, and you find that the top tier banks and the middle tier or lower tier banks are reporting across different metrics, and yet the social projects are the same. So I think those are the primary concerns that come through. How do we solve for those? Again, it's engagement across all three levels of stakeholders. One, the financial institution as a business, the shareholders as long-term sort of players and involve themselves directly but for the long term, as well as the regulatory environment. How do we create an environment that creates consistency but also fairness across the sectors, across the regions, to ensure that we are at least speaking the same language and driving towards the uniform benefits that we expect from some of these social projects? So for me, I think those are the primary concerns, challenges, and how we can sort of work towards addressing them.
All right, thank you very much. And just a follow-up question on that response. In terms of regulation, the role it plays, how have you seen the evolvement of local regulation and market trends, in your markets, how they are influencing sustainable finance in recent times?
So again, we sit in an area where it's nascent. So ESG, sustainable financing, is at the beginning stages of development. But what we've seen, at least that's been consistent, is the engagement across the regulators and the participants in the market. Yeah. So when you talk to the Capital Markets Authority, the central bank, you will find that considerations are being put in place for green financing, so green bonds, blue bonds, and the likes. So the setting of that framework is bound to create a platform that banks are ready to take off on some of these projects. The other one really is how to best balance the social aspect as well as the financing. So in most cases, you find that the financing is available, but the start of the project is delayed because of several considerations. So you find that it's not just banking, but you need agencies like the Environmental Authority to streamline and ensure that once a project has been financed, it's going to take off within the time, because then it pays you faster and better. So I think the engagement across stakeholders has been critical in our spaces. We're starting to see a platform that will support sustainable financing going forward, and I think that will be a strong starting point for us.
All right, thank you very much. And I think participants from Ghana will also attest to the evolving regulatory framework in terms of sustainability reporting. Each of the key regulators, Bank of Ghana, have their own guidelines. National Insurance Commission has same. You mentioned green bonds. The Ghana Stock Exchange 2 years ago also came up with the green bond guidelines, which gives direction as to the main areas you can invest, how people can raise funding. So that is also key. And we also see a lot of, different matrix, different frameworks, but with the issuance of the IFRS S1, S2, come next year, Ghana is also going to apply. I think different jurisdictions have different roadmaps. So Ghana has a roadmap where 2027, all SPIEs, that's the significant public interest entities, are going to report based on S1, S2. There's a roadmap for others to also comply. So this is a key thing that will help bring to one focus all the various reporting frameworks. So that it's very clear when you are reporting on your environmental, your social, your people impact, it's very clear. And it also helps investors. We know that now ESG is not just a buzzword, but a key business imperative. People are investing based on all these key matrices. So thanks for sharing that perspective from Uganda. And Omar, I'll come to you. Speaking with you today and in the past, there's a lot of experience that you bring to bear. So I just want you to share a typical, maybe a story of how you have seen the impact of people, of purpose, and the balancing the aspect on profit on the various entities that you sit on, as a chair for some of these key institutions. If you can share a story, because we have people from different countries, different jurisdictions. We all pick, best practice as to what is happening in other jurisdictions and see how we can, inculcate it into our existing strategies and framework for implementation.
Yes, from where I come from, I have noticed that there are many initiatives that are taken even by the government itself and its approval from the central bank or the regulatory body that helps or to increase these initiatives. For the financial sector in general, there are some initiatives that directs the funding for these social aspects for the clients. However, it goes to the masses mainly. For the lower tier of the citizens who are in need of this. And this helps in getting the average of the people to rise a little bit. In this aspect, there are so many initiatives like, for example, irrigation systems, solar energy projects for individuals and for small enterprises. These initiatives, from where I come from, we have allocated, for example, around $5 billion in this area for these projects. Also, these are for the clients. For the employees themselves, there are some good aspects that have been taken to help the environment where they work in. For example, like buildings, they are for smart buildings that controls the heat inside the buildings, that the glass and the shutters are not exposed to the heat.
Right.
It repels the heat, I mean. For example, saving water in the buildings. There are some certificates that have been taken by international bodies that they are approving there is a certificate called LEED, L-E-E-D, which is saving for energy and water, how do you call it, aspects, yes.
Okay, fantastic.
Yes.
So,
So the
more
employees,
sustainable,
yes, for
saving
sustainability.
energy,
Yes.
reduction in maybe greenhouse gas emissions.
Yes,
and all that.
like
Okay.
green certificates like that.
Fantastic.
Yes.
So thank you so much
for clients and for the employees themselves.
Okay, so for clients and employees, as well. So that means you are going into the scope 3, emission,
Yes.
other users in the value chain. Okay, thank you very much. Leadership. So I'll come to Rosbella and David around leadership. We say that the tone at the top, the leadership style, plays a key role in how we navigate the purpose, people, and profits. Okay. So from your standpoint, where you sit at CBG, what is some of these key leadership initiatives that drive the culture around employee inclusion?
I would say that at CBG, our leadership style is collaborative and forward-looking, because we believe that balancing profits and social responsibility requires a joint effort from all levels within the organization. And so our leaders model this balance by making informed decisions that consider both the financial returns and also the societal impacts. That reinforces also our commitment to sustainability. So leadership is for everybody. And once, like we said, the tone is set at the top, it truncates down to every member of staff. So it is more collaborative, and then people are involved in the decision making that makes them own it.
All right, thanks. David, do you have any thoughts around that?
It's an interesting one. I would like to look at leadership on a two-pronged basis. There is self-leadership. As an individual, what is it that you ascribe to? I think we need to build a platform, especially where I sit as an ACI president. We need to build a platform where every individual has that level of accountability for self. Then when we go to the top level, of course, management teams try and speak the same language, but of course, some challenges exist here and there. So from the top, it's, I think, for me, trust, consistency in the message that you're sending through, both in difficult times, because there's times when profitability challenges derail your long-term sustainable goals. And then the other one is really how you listen to your staff. At times you have an agenda, but it doesn't gel well with your entire corporation staff. And you find that those conflicts, if not addressed in time and sorted, will continue to drag you back. So again, for me, it's have the same message, have a consistency, and ways to reflect accountability. In most cases, you find that if accountability is broken and it's not clear, then your whole agenda, whether towards sustainability or staff development, is put off entirely.
Sure. So let me pick up on the trust. So you spoke about building trust with the employees, but how do you build trust with the wider, community in which you operate, with some of the clients you deal, with? How do you navigate that and build trust through that value chain? Not only the core employees you work with, but the other players in the space.
Yeah, I think trust for me is built through speaking the same message and actually delivering on it. We are no longer in a world where you can say something and it doesn't move through the media like wildfire, right? These days, if you make the wrong statement, whether it's in error or deliberate, you will find that it filters through to a much wider audience than you initially intended. So I think trust is built over consistent messaging, doing what you've committed to do, so delivery on some of the commitments that you've made. And longer term, I think, again, listening to the voice out there. We do engage with regulators, we do engage with clients, but if that message is not going through on both ways, then you find that trust is eroded down the line. So I think for me, it's consistency in the messaging, delivering on what you've committed to, and then listening to the various groups that are involved in the process.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll come to Omar. In terms of the development of sustainability products, in line with all the conversations we've been having. And then I'll ask David same, are there any sustainability-linked products that your firm or your bank has introduced based on, current developments?
Yes, last year we have issued a green bond for the first time to be introduced in the Egyptian market, which was around $500 million, within a cooperation with some multinational bodies, and so that we can lend it to our clients in these special projects. Yes, this was the first one to be introduced in the Egyptian market. However, there are some obstacles concerning this area. Is that the cost of funding in these projects are high for the small enterprises, so they cannot take these loans or fundings within, for example, 5 years to repay back these. So this is the main obstacle that hinders spreading these kind of bonds or the initiatives in the local market for the time being. However, there are other initiatives for local, in the local currency.
Right.
Yes, but having, for example, the medium and small enterprises, this is a little bit hard.
All right. So David, any product to support your sustainability goals?
Yeah, I mean, I'll look at it as a region, so East Africa. I had the privilege of being involved in the green bond, more or less through feedback, not directly structuring the instrument. So they successfully launched green bonds that promoted or that funded sustainable housing for university students. So that's in Kenya. Kenyans can give you more detail on those projects. In Uganda, really, it's more at the construct of the frameworks that support these products. As you probably know, the largest freshwater lake in Africa straddles Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya. So there is talk around blue bonds that go straight into sort of protecting the natural state of the lake and the surrounding areas, but that's still off. From a regulatory standpoint, we do engage and provide feedback around the frameworks that they are building. So I think that for me is a starting point for us. In terms of products, there are numerous products that are available. So those will come in play once the frameworks are set up. But again, I'm privileged to have been able to contribute into building of these frameworks at the moment.
All right, thanks. Do you have any thoughts around any sustainability-linked products from your perspective?
Exactly. I mean, in recent times, we have observed that sustainability is the way to go. And so for us at CBG, we also have the green financing products, which we are currently offering to our clients. And in doing that, we do not just extend credit to them, but we also see how their operations are impacting in the communities where they operate. And even getting access to funding for these clients is a key thing and is the way to go to be able to sustain the environment at large. So we equally do same.
All right, thank you very much. I think when the first Deputy Governor was speaking, he listed some 5 key highlights. How many of us remember? Okay, so he mentioned some, I'll just pick 2. He says fiscal credibility is non-negotiable. And the third one, financial sector regulation must evolve. So all these highlights or all these initiatives require people to be able to implement it. So from where you sit, what are some of the well-being initiatives, from your bank that is helping people to give up their best? These days we have, a cross-section of generation in the workplace, and everyone has peculiar needs. So how are you navigating well-being so that people are able to give up their best, so that when it comes to, deepening regulation, when it comes to liquidity management, all the great things we've heard from the panel conversation, people are the core of that strategy implementation. So what are some of the well-being initiatives that you do from your side? So maybe I'll ask Rosbella to start, and then I'll go around.
Okay. So at CBG, one of the key essentials for us is to listen to, we take views from different perspectives from our staff, and also we have training programs to develop the resources, the human resources we have, and in doing that, we also promote career growth so that people would learn and apply on the job, and that gives them the opportunity to advance even in their careers. Once people feel a part of what you do, it's very easy for them to be committed to it, and that gives the organization maximum productivity. And so in doing that, every member of staff becomes a stakeholder in the progress of the organization, and that has really worked for us. Most of the talents we have been developed in-house with ESG staff. People within are being trained to take up these responsibilities, and I would say it's really been, it's worked really well for us. Yeah.
Excellent. David, any thoughts on well-being initiatives?
Yeah, I think human capital, people in general, are the bedrock of the institutions that we work for and for the economies. So that goes without saying. So there is what we used to refer to as the normal setting, where HR used to run the people side of things. But I think lately it's gotten more ingrained right the way from the board of directors all through to middle management. And I think in the new world with AI, it's really how do we simplify work. There's new ways of work these days. You don't have to toil for 40 hours a week because AI has simplified things. So from management level, human capital management, I think it's just to keep your ear tuned to the pulse of the people. what are they saying, right? Of late, there is a lot more concerns around mental stress or mental illnesses. I think it's just remaining aware of these and providing an environment to the staff that supports them navigating some of these challenges. I think sometimes we are too blinded by the short-term profits that we forget that there is a team that is not doing well at a point in time. So I think from top management, it's important to listen to the people, feel the pulse, but then also improve ways of working. It's a new world order, goes without saying.
Okay, so Omar, maybe I'll come to you. I think we are almost...
Yes, in a short thing I'd like to add.
Have you seen any competitive edge, from where you sit, by adapting some of these sustainable practices, in terms of competitive edge, from your perspective?
Yes, there is. However, we can say that these initiatives are getting very popular in the financial sector market. Each bank, for example, announces what he has done for the environment, for the people, with how much they spend across the year for each project, for example, in the health, in education, and whatever project they have spent in. So it is a kind of a new era among the financial sector, especially in banks. However, there are some good initiatives from the Ministry of Finance that they exempt them from taxes. These amounts that are spent in these health and environmental spendings are tax exempted.
Thank you very much. So we have less than 4 minutes. So as we wrap up, I want to take your closing thoughts on how we can incorporate, have people purpose and not just profit, how we can navigate that. I'll go around. When we finish and we have a few more minutes, we can take some submissions from the floor. So we can start with Omar, then we go around.
Actually, I have read a very nice phrase, which is the success in financial markets is shifting. It's no longer measured by profit alone, but commercial performance with social responsibility and human impact. This, I found it very touchy that goes with it. Yes.
Fantastic, thank you. So Rosebella, any concluding thoughts?
Yes, I would say that balancing profit, purpose, and people is a continuous journey. And through ethical leadership, transparency, inclusivity, and the community engagement, we should be committed to driving sustainable growth that will benefit all our stakeholders, and in particular for the national agenda. And so this is very key for us as a nation.
Thank you.
I think profit, purpose, and people, they're all intertwined. You cannot let one drop off, right? Profitability helps keep the company sustainable. Your purpose or your vision in most cases is what drives the people to come and work for you. I think it's important to continue to work towards the right purpose. From a social standpoint, I think we know that we're on this globe for a much longer period. And as such, any damage that we do today will get felt down the line. So for me, it's just how best to synchronize or balance the three across all levels of engagement. So is it your shareholders that are driving the agenda? Is it the regulators? Or is it profit intentions or company intentions? The best balance we can get will ensure that at least we're on a sustainable path and we can grow these markets far beyond where we are today.
Thank you very much. So we have one minute. Do we have any comments, any submission? Okay. All right, so thank you very much to my panel and to you for your time. Really grateful. And thanks for the insights you've shared from bringing, well-being, taking employee well-being as key, because as we discussed, people are the core of whatever strategy that we want to implement. And as we do that, we create a sustainable, business. As sustainability says, meeting our needs, not only for today, but also leaving it for future generations to meet their own. We will grow the businesses that we manage, that generations will come and benefit from it. So we are not only looking at the financial matrix and returns, we are looking at the impact that we are creating, the environment, the people, and the society and the general community in which we operate. Thank you very much for your time, and we really appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Picture. I think we do the.
Thank you.
You have your phone.
Hello, hello.
So maybe the ladies will stand in the middle. Okay.
Can we have some music?
ACI Ghana executives kindly stand by. You join them for the next one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We wait for them.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lawrence.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
What was
you.
it?
All right, thank you very much. Let's hear it once again for panel 3. Thank you so much. Great panel, great discussion. Doing business with the future and the people in mind. Thank you very much. Very soon, ladies and gentlemen, we'll proceed to the 4th panel. For panelists for panel 4, we urge you to go backstage so you can get mic'd up for your panel discussion. Once again, you are reminded that we do have the exhibition center upstairs, and when we take our next break, we urge you to kindly go there and interact with our exhibitors, some of whom are our sponsors. We need you to also engage with them. We are also reminded that even as you look so smart and wonderful in your suits today, tomorrow we are getting more colorful. We are putting on our African wear. That is why we have the African market out there, so that for all those who do not have their African outfit, you can definitely go out there and get something. So during the next break, we do urge you to pass by the African markets as well.
It was
Get an outfit, get some ornaments that would make you look so resplendent during tomorrow's program. We are very grateful to our host partner, the Bank of Ghana, who have been very supportive for us in this program. We are grateful to them. Let's hear it once again for the Bank of Ghana. The next panel, which is panel 4. Panel 4 would be discussing something that is very important to our markets. We are discussing the very important topic of leadership. There's a leadership dialogue on nurturing the future of the capital markets. This panel will be exploring sustainable market growth and how it depends on mentorship, inclusivity, and long-term talent development. Their discussion will focus on the next generation of capital market professionals and the environment that will shape them. It highlights how diversity, leadership training, and knowledge transfer can sustain innovation, stability, and trust in the marketplace. This session is calling on industry leaders to actively nurture people, ideas, and values that will define tomorrow's global leaders. We'll take a short music break, after which we'll come back to introduce our moderator and panelists for panel 4. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. While we are at it, remember we are still live on social media. We are streaming live across the world. We want the world to know what's happening here. Feel free to take a selfie with somebody. In fact, let's use this moment. Let's do something. Do you have your mobile phone with you? Do you have your mobile phone? All right, I need you to take your mobile phone now and open to your camera app. Can we do that? Everybody? Okay. In case you happen to be sitting alone, I think this is time to move towards somebody because we are sharing this moment, right? Can we get that ACI music in the background, that ACI Congress music? Okay. So this is what we are going to do. We are going to open your front camera, take a selfie. It can be a picture, it can be a video, and we are sharing this moment with the world. Is that powerful? Our hashtag is Accra 2026. So on all social media, on X, on Facebook, on Instagram, on LinkedIn, of course, you are business people. So we'll see your selfies on LinkedIn as well. Post it over there, hashtag Accra 2026. Make sure you tag the ACI Financial Markets Association account. Make sure you are tagging the ACI Ghana account as well. And let's keep this going. Are we ready?
2026 Financial Market Association Africa we there.
You can walk over to someone and take a selfie.
Future bright, we feel alright. Dance
Take a
left,
selfie.
dance right. People coming side by side.
Thank you.
Africa, we full of
Thank you,
life.
sir.
Hands up
Thank
to
you.
the sky.
Come on, feel free to move around. Go to somebody, take a selfie. Mr. President.
Step 2, glide. Everybody catch the vibe.
Okay.
Africa worldwide.
Yeah, I like your camera.
Step 2,
Yes, sir.
Accra city full of life.
Bank of Tanzania.
Welcome to the Ghana vibe. Everybody
Beautiful.
feel alright. From New York down to Dubai. Now we dancing side by side. People
Be careful,
coming
selfie.
from around. Different voices, different
Yeah.
sounds. One big family worldwide.
Beautiful, I like
Africa
this.
shining with
Thank
pride.
you.
This no be regular conference.
That's right.
Leaders in the dance.
Share the energy. Share the energy, everybody. Okay.
One rhythm, one people, one Africa, one
I'm joining you.
One rhythm, one people, one Africa, one vibe. Accra to the world right now.
Let's do one here.
Future bright, we feel alright. Dance left,
Lovely.
dance right.
Thank you.
Hey, people coming side by side.
Team Zambia. Team Zambia is over here.
Hands up to the sky.
Team Zambia. That's right. Hey, hey, hey. That's right. Adele, come around. That's it. Beautiful.
Finance people everywhere. Big ideas filling the air.
I don't see selfies happening over here.
Now we dancing without care.
Let's take one.
South Africa
Smile for
did
this
it
one.
first. Now it's
Thank you.
turn to burst. From the beaches to the
That's
streets.
right, the selfie
Feel the
moment.
rhythm, feel the heat. Everybody move your feet. Feel the Ghana energy. When the love drums start to play.
Beautiful.
Nobody go stand one place.
Thank you.
Left foot. Right foot. Turn around now. Hey. One love. One vibe. Financial Market Association worldwide. the Ghana vibe. Everybody feel alright, from New York down to Dubai. Now we dancing side by side. People coming from around, different voices, different sounds. One big family worldwide. Aka shining with pride. This no be regular conference. Global leaders in the dance. First time Ghana host the world. Let the energy explode. One rhythm, one people, one Africa, one vibe, one rhythm, one people, one Africa, one vibe. I come to the world right now. Future bright, we feel alright. Dance left, dance right. ACI unite. Hey, people coming side by side. Africa, we full of life. Hands up to the sky. ACI alive. I'm up. Finance people everywhere, big ideas filling the air, markets moving everywhere. Now we dancing without care. South Africa did it first. Now it's Ghana turn to burst. From the beaches to the streets, feel the rhythm, feel the heat. Everybody move your feet.
Okay.
Ghana energy. When the lockdown
I love the
start to
energy in the
play,
room.
nobody goes down one place. Left foot, right foot, turn around now.
Wow.
One love, one vibe, Financial Market Association worldwide.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. DJ.
We are missing out on the fun.
Thank you very much. Put your hands together for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Now, guess what? I have good news for you. I see you guys are already in the party mood. I have good news for you. So, I've talked about tomorrow being the day 2 of the conference. But guess what? Tomorrow evening, we have another special program, which is the Gala Night, where we have a band playing music. We're going to be jamming to this music and having a lot of fun. That is happening at the Labadi Beach Hotel tomorrow night. We are going to continue this party over there. So put your hands together if you are excited about the Gala Night tomorrow and if you are going to be there. It is a black tie Gala Night. We know you come looking elegant and ready for that celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, back to the panel. It gives me joy to welcome the panelists for panel 4. Our moderator for panel 4 is the president of the Capital Markets Association of Zambia. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Elijah Kabaso. Up next is someone I call an icon, the managing director of the Ghana Stock Exchange. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Abna Amwa. Let's hear it for her. We have up next the Deputy Managing Director of Fidelity Bank, Ghana Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's hear it from Mr. Kwabena Boateng. You're welcome, sir. And the last person on the panel, we have the CEO of the Chartered Institute of Bankers Ghana, CIB Ghana. Please let's hear it from Mr. Robert Jato. Over the next 40 minutes, they'll be discussing the all-important topic of leadership. Please put your hands together once again for the panel.
Thank you once more, and good afternoon to you all. Good afternoon to you all.
Good afternoon.
Okay, that's much better. Shows that we had a very sumptuous meal, isn't it? Okay. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, guests here, participants, you're welcome to this panel discussion. The long-term strength of our financial markets depends greatly on the quality of leadership, the development of talent, and the ability to sustain institutional knowledge across generations. As markets continue to evolve through innovation, globalization, and changing investor expectations, the need to intentionally nurture future leaders becomes increasingly important. Leadership in capital markets is not only about holding positions of authority, but it extends and is about shaping the culture. It's about building trust and preparing the next generation to navigate increasingly complex market conditions. Strong institutions are built through mentorship, continuous learning, and deliberate investment in people. This session that we have this afternoon therefore provides an important opportunity to reflect on how leadership influences market direction and performance, while also exploring how institutions can identify and develop talent, encourage diversity of thought, and create pathways for future professionals in this market. As stakeholders, and we have a number of stakeholders from a number of institutions this afternoon, within the financial sector, we all share a responsibility to support the development of resilient, innovative, and credible capital markets through intentional leadership, development, and knowledge transfer. So with this said, today's panel will help us understand the key to nurturing the future of capital markets within our continent and the world at large. So the first question that I'm going to ask will really go towards Robert, and this is with understanding that leadership remains one of the most important drivers of market confidence, institutional credibility, and long-term growth. As financial markets evolve, the ability of leaders to inspire trust and adapt to change and provide strategic direction becomes increasingly important. So the question to you, Robert, is what defines effective leadership in today's financial markets?
Well, so thank you very much. And let me say a kwaba to those who are coming to Ghana for the first time, or Wezo or Obake, just to be politically correct. At Chartered Institute of Bankers Ghana, we are delighted to be here. Our mandate is to promote the study of banking, but also develop trusted professionals. And I'm emphasizing the word trusted, because that's at the heart of the financial market. The financial market moves at the pace of trust, and that is confidence and trust. And I think it will be important, as we talk about effective leadership in the financial market, we need to think about it in terms of the individual level, but also the institutional level, and that's very important. I like to just maybe let's go back to some history. And history is important because it's the record of important events that have taken place in the past. They have a way of influencing the present, but also shaping the future. I am conscious that, past performance is not a guarantee of what will happen in the future, but that's the evidence we have. So in 2007, 2008, I used to work for a bank in the UK during the financial crisis. 3 years before then, I had the opportunity to buy what we call ShareSave. I used part of my bonus. At the time, a share price was about £11. Guess what? In the heat of the financial crisis, a share price came down to about 41p. Value was destroyed. I knew people working alongside myself who were laid off. Fast forward exactly 10 years here in Ghana, 2017 through to 2019, we had our banking sector cleanup. A number of banks disappeared, value was lost, depositors had to be protected. What's the point I'm making? Trust is at the heart of the financial market. And that trust comes, in my view, from character, which is ethics, which is moral excellence, whether it's at the individual level or institutional level, right? But ethics is about doing the right thing even when no one is watching, and that's important. Beyond character is competence. Because in any organization, whether you are in financial market or you are in farming, your knowledge and skills and ability to do what you promise to do for the customer will be very key. So competence is important in that trust equation, in my view. But also conduct is important. There's a reason financial markets are highly regulated, right? Because the funds we play with are not necessarily our funds, and therefore conduct, regulatory excellence is important. So I've talked about moral excellence, intellectual excellence, which is the competence, but also the regulatory excellence. But consequences will also be very, very important. I think leadership will involve those three core, if you like, C's framework, but national relevance would also be important. And maybe when we have the opportunity, I can maybe expatiate on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. I like the themes that you emphasized on trust, competence. It reminds me of one of the best investors of all time, Warren Buffett, who says that lose money and I'll be forgiving, but lose a shred of reputation and I'll be ruthless. So trust is really important. The next question goes to you, Abena. And this is in light of how the Ghanaian Stock Exchange has been really transforming over the past years. We've seen a lot of strong growth. The question is, how does leadership influence market growth, investor confidence, and stability to ensure that these returns are not something that just goes by, but is here to stay, and that leadership is on top of things?
Thank you very much. And let me also say a very big welcome to all the people coming to Ghana, and congratulations to ACI Ghana and to the entire ACI world for assembling here and enjoying a little bit of Ghana's hospitality. Leadership is everything. I sit here because some other leaders invested in me. And leadership that empowers, that shows that trust through actions, not by what they say, that shows fairness is what I think builds sustainable institutions. And so how does leadership go about it? When I was growing up, my father would tell me one thing, and I'll be like, but you don't do that. And then he'll be like, it's not what I do that matters, it's what I say that matters. But we've realized that the lasting experiences and what goes to the heart of people in terms of learning and empowering is by action. So how does proper leaders do this? First, the vision has to be clear. When I had the opportunity to lead at the Ghana Stock Exchange, it was a difficult time. Ghana was just starting a domestic exchange program. There were many challenges that this elephant was so huge, you didn't even know where to start tackling it. In the midst of all that anxiety, it was easy to say, let me just blame the environment. But this is where I sat with my team and I said, let's discuss where are the areas that we can win at. And so the ideas came from the people. The ideas came from the people because they were empowered. Just like my colleague said, they had the relevant skills and they realized there was nothing to fear but to serve this industry. And that is where we found our energy, because we were all aligned around a vision that said we can break the IPO drought if we adopt a certain strategy. We can earn back investor confidence, investors who had just suffered a haircut, if we adopt a certain strategy and if we align the whole market behind us. So that formed that strategy. And that is what, despite strong investor sentiments were low, our markets boomed. Today we sit, according to Bloomberg, as the second best performing market in the world after South Korea. We have seen 3 IPOs in 6 months, when we went for 7 years without seeing an IPO. And for me, it takes leadership. It takes an empowered workforce. It takes the community that sees that there's trust here And there's something, if we all work towards together, we can achieve. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Another round of applause. That's very insightful. It's a story of resilience beyond all the challenges that we face. Now, the future of capital markets will not only depend on strong institutions, but it will really depend on us being able to develop talent to be able to navigate all the complex challenges we're going through. I mean, the war that we experienced in the past few years is getting more complex. And the next question is to Kwabena. And you could also just share a few insights from the banking perspective. How can institutions better identify develop future leaders of our markets?
All right, thank you, and good afternoon. And I'll say well done to the organizers of this program. It's well done, well thought through. And on to your question, when I was listening to both Abner and Robert speak, it was very clear that leaders were identified when they were young. They were not identified when they were seniors, and which is very true. So how do we go through the process of identifying them at that very young age and then nurture them through mentorship, through training, to become leaders that they ought to be, taking advantage of the changing times? So I'll give you an example. At that age, the first thing to look at is, are these people relevant? Do they have the willingness to learn? Are they problem solvers? Do they look out for solutions? And Fidelity, we started by exactly looking at that. We came with a two-pronged approach. One, internally, what we have a program known as the Orange Talent Program. For other institutions, it's called the HIPOS. That's the high potentials. But we call it Orange Talent. So these are young people in the organization who go through training. They are selected, going through a very rigorous training, which shows that they are ready to move on to the next level. We also have the graduate training program. These are for people who are coming in first time, let's say the first level people, straight from the university. Both carry different methods and approach for training. For those in the Orange Talents, they have the opportunity to do cross-functional training within other businesses. We also go through mentorship. And even to the extent that when we have ESCO meetings, we do invite some of them in groups to sit in ESCO meeting, to listen, to see how deliberations are had. But then when it comes to the very sensitive matters, they do step out. So this is a phase that they know and they understand how strategically the bank really progresses and how we go about certain things. And again, to identify these people, if you do not do the right proper sourcing, putting them through the needed training, you will not get what you want. And in terms of mentorship, we also ensure that there's that, when it comes to cross-functional, it's not your boss who's your mentor. Someone else in the organization who is at senior level becomes your mentor. It is well structured. Because if we just do it just as anything occasional, that for once, this year we're just handling training, it wouldn't work. It should come from the top. It should come from the boardroom. We should all be invited and ensure that these young people are trained, and again, we extract the best out of them. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Now, we live in a world that is constantly changing. I mean, there's AI that's now replacing individuals. So the next question is going to be a little tricky, Robert, but I would like you to answer the question around how are we preparing talent quickly enough before AI replaces all of us in here?
Great question. Truth is that we are in a period of constant disruption, right? Whether you're looking at that disruption from technology, AI, or some economic discontinuities, geopolitical, all the things that we know about, and even the customer. You know, today's customer is completely different from what we are used to. And so there's that constant, if you like, moving target that we need to deal with. Are we preparing people enough? I think typically when we think about, the financial markets, we think about capital, right? So whether it's economic capital or regulatory capital or minimum capital, but the human capital, is really what it takes to deliver value in the financial market, in my opinion. Given the constant change, I think the rate of learning should be perhaps faster than the rate of change, and also maybe the complexities that we face.